Yes.
As ready as I'll ever be.
So, you know what I'm gonna ask? Yep. It is time. It is that time of the day where we do a recap. Who wants it? Who wants to start? Y'all have been doing pretty good at doing it together. Well, don't everybody talk at once.
Oh boy.
Yes,
Alright,
give me
so...
it
All I remember is the bear.
All I remember is the bear.
All I remember is the bear.
Oh god.
Hold on, let me have a let me
I
brain
remember
blast
bare
real quick.
birds.
He
and
got
made
out
a
of the
joke about
tree.
Halson.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I remember. So we waited around, we had our rest inside the tree, and then we were teleported out to a village on the outskirts. And we talked to a few NPCs. One of them seemed like they were going a little bit loco. And then we headed off in the direction that we believe Katya went in. Going in that direction, we made our way into some dark, creepy forest. You know, the usual stuff our team is usually up to. And we run into Katya, but not only Katya, but the king, who is currently in a bit of a scuffle with a giant zombie bear. We let Katya stay behind for now, and then we went to go beat the shit out of the giant bear. Lots of fireballs and lots of anger issues later.
And friendly fire.
And friendly fire.
Literally.
The bear was defeated. We all grouped together inside of a large tree. Katya joined with us midway through the fight, and we had a little bit of how would I put it? Interesting conflicts between a few of our party members, and I think that's where we left off. Correct me if I missed anything.
Sorry, I'm trying to remember, if we missed anything. Also, Kira's away at the moment.
Oh, okay.
So... What I remember is we woke up by the riverside.
I'm sorry, I had to pee really bad.
Alright.
Woke up by the riverside, talked to a bunch of bears, managed to get the information that apparently Cat was chased off by some guards. And we followed in that direction and found the plagued forest. And we got into conflict with some bears. Some very not human bears. Or some very, very sick bears.
I would hope that they're not human.
Some very sick bears who were attacking the king. And unfortunately, the party was not... Soma specifically did not believe in the existence of friendly fire.
Uh-huh.
Well, no,
Very-
he did. He just hit us with.
Oh yeah, he believes.
He believes in it. He just doesn't
He
care.
decided that the fire should no longer be friendly. And so, after, fireballing the party multiple times,
Uh-huh.
bringing the party down to pretty dire straits, which led to Lunala flipping the fuck out and turning into a cat, leaving Pridwin alone and unprotected in the middle of the field.
You'll be fine.
To which he also had a mental breakdown. And proceeded to blow up everybody. Mostly Soma.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shoot, let's tease ready. Hang on, I'll be back in a second. That's basically we beat the bears. Soma got knocked out. Pridwin begrudgingly brought him back. We talked with the Bear King. He's infected.
Oh my god, go stop it.
All right. I'll be
Return
back.
Terror King, conflict between party, Katya, Prudwin, and Soma.
I'm still waiting on that art piece of Soma and Fridwin like glancing back at each other with a little lightning bolt down the center.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I
I'm
need
working on
one of fucking
That's manual
Solon
breathing.
freaking out on the bear.
that.
Honestly.
I'll do that too. I'm trying to get the choreography down for that.
There's so many art pieces that everybody's requesting from you, which is nice, honestly.
Oh yeah, I don't mind.
Fucking Christ, the bear was just meat. How
Anybody
much-
else have anything they want to add?
Oh yeah, I did 190. I wrote it down because that was crazy. I did 197 points in one turn.
Oh
Mhm.
god.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
fucking...
shit was nuts.
Must be Thursday.
What?
Nothing. Don't question it.
I think we ended it there, didn't we? Right after the combat.
Yeah, we ended in the tree, with some conflict. With a lot of some conflict.
Yeah.
God, I think Liam's dying upstairs. I don't know what's happening right now.
I'm alive, barely.
A whole lot of weird dragging sounds.
How did it turn from getting tea to dying horribly?
I don't know. It's kind of a normal thing in our household.
He's dangerous.
I had
I'm not
tea on
gonna
my
lie.
desk,
I
so
know you
shit.
said tea's dangerous, but I thought you said she's dangerous, and I was just gonna agree with you.
I mean, that's also not false, but so
I mean, the house was haunted
this
for a
statement
while.
is false.
Maybe you two assume the house still isn't haunted.
It
and
is.
You know it's
It
not,
definitely
to
is.
this day.
I mean, I put up a ward.
I know a thing or two about haunted houses.
I'm
They do
something of
not
a
like me.
paranormal specialist myself.
My dad had the bright idea to use a Ouija board recently, but he
Awesome.
didn't do the proper ritual to
God
close it.
Damn it,
So
Dad.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Well,
That's how you
he
know
made
it's
it
not.
worse.
Good evening.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Refocus. Everybody, we're good. So, is there anything else anybody wanted to add to
Hence
this?
why my tarot cards are surrounded by crystals.
Oh my god.
Thumbs up.
Y'all are stressing me out.
We don't play
My
those
phone
games
is
in this
grounded
household.
by Masking tape.
Masking tape.
Masking tape to mask it.
I don't think the masking tape is gonna help at this point.
The ghosts don't need to know that.
I mean, that
It's
is
like
what the
drawing a
point
line
of
in
the
the
mask
sky.
is.
Fucking damn.
God.
Damn it. Oh no.
I can't with
No.
any of
It's
you.
what the mask is.
That's what the point of the mask is.
Soma.
Who the fuck is clapping? I'm done. Fuck's sake.
Have you ever
Okay.
tried to stop the ghosts with masking tape?
Oh my god. I can't with any of you.
Oh. It's
The soundboard
unbearable.
feature was not the best idea that Discord devs have ever had.
It's,
no,
it's,
it totally was.
it's not the worst either, to be fair.
It was one of the ideas
They've
of all
given their
time.
users too much power.
God.
It's one of the ideas.
Okay, so now that we've gotten through that mess, we are going to start after your long rest. So, you all are in a tree, a hollowed out tree, and there is a feeling of tension in the air around you. Now, some of you might be able to chalk that up to the fact that you're in the dead zone, and there's a haunting sort of stillness that surrounds you, broken every once in a while by the haunting scream or agonized cry of some animal that's not right anymore. But others in the party could blame it on the fact that there is a feeling of dissent among all of you. It's an unrest that has been building and brewing for some time, and it seems it might be coming to a head. Nonetheless, at some point, looking around and realizing all of you are awake, you get the feeling together that it's time to move on. You gather yourselves. You get up. You take your weapons in your hands. And you start out back into the dead zone. What would you guys like to do?
Pridwin's just going to gather his thing. Before they set out,
Your voice cut out.
He's going to gather his things and ask the king if there's anything he needs done before they head out, specifically in regards to his health.
You get a look at the cub, your patient. The wound on his chest, it seems to be, despite your efforts, festering. But not so much in the sense of a wound that hasn't been cleaned and is becoming infected, but there are more blackish, purplish sort of veins moving outward from beneath the bandages, moving across his chest and up his neck. You've seen these kind of marks before, glancing at some of the people who were killed by those masked figures in the village not too long ago. The bestial infection that you all are trying to fight is in this boy, and it is spreading. He offers you a smile.
Can Pridwin make a medicine check to see if he can estimate how quickly the infection's spreading?
Roll.
Alright. Do I get to add anything on top of that?
You know what? Since you're like proficient, I'll let you do advantage.
Yippee! 19?
Okay. So here's what you know. You know that approximately 12-ish hours ago, you witnessed this king get this wound. The wound that it seems to be spreading from. And in the span of 12 hours, it has moved from just being the chest wound itself to nearly covering half of his torso. Judging by how quickly it has moved in 12 hours, you can't help but wonder which part causes them to go insane. Is it the infection of the heart? Is it the infection of the mind? Or is it completely taking over the body that makes a person lose control? You're not sure. You haven't studied it enough. What you do know is that whatever it is, it seems to be moving quickly. Given another 12 to 24 hours, you're not sure if the king will still have all of his faculties or not. He may, but he also might not.
Pridwin redresses his wounds and says, "Would you like to know how much time I estimate you have?"
Nah, I'm good. He gives you that boyish, playful smile. What's the fun in that?
Probably for the best.
Who knows? I might still pull through.
Well, we don't know much about this disease, so it is possible.
Yeah. The rest of you, seeing or hearing this exchange, what would you guys like to do? walk out of the tree.
Going to leave the tree.
Just leave.
I'm going to just leave. There's nothing to do.
Yeah, you walk out of the tree.
I'm gonna look around for any animals. See if there's any crazy.
You step outside and look around. Roll me a perception check.
I'm assuming a 2 doesn't get me very far, does it?
You see a tree.
You
Ah.
immediately step outside and see a tree. It's just another tree.
Man, that's the most tree-looking tree to ever tree.
Trees be doing tree things.
Trees really be treeing.
So, anybody else? Pitch?
Sorry. I think I'm consumed in thought while working on whatever project I've done.
Pidge is once again very standoffish, focused on something she's tinkering with. Solon.
I'm working on my arm still. Tried to repair it, like, from the fight.
Okay. You've been working on this for a good, 8 to 10 hours now, so I would say you've managed to get it working again, at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything you wanna do or say, or are you just focused on that? You do get the sense that everybody's getting ready to leave. Like I said, all of you have begun to realize it's time to move on.
I think I'm gonna finish it up the best as I can and start packing up the tools.
Okay. Let's see. Soma, what are you up to?
He's probably organizing his journal right now. Lots of loose papers. He's just fitting around and waiting for the party.
Okay. Am I missing anybody? Alright, I guess not. So, y'all begin to pack up your things and join Brian outside of the tree. And as I described, Brian is looking at a tree. Tree be doing tree things. You notice the eerie silence around you. Once again, the lack of normal woodland creatures. The death and decay of the fauna around you and the flora.
So, does anyone know where to go?
Well, I don't have a built-in compass. You're the pirate.
Will add, as you guys are looking around, you do see something very large in the distance.
Want to go towards the big thing?
That's what she said. I apologize.
Can we make out what it is, or some semblance of what it might be?
Can we make out? I mean,
It's in a lot.
I do take bribes as a DM, but
Solon, do you want to
not
make
the
out?
best.
Good thing my filter is working today, because I was about to say something.
Soma just turns over to Solon and is like, "You want to make out?"
That's honestly a very Soma thing to do. To be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
Yes.
We know a lot about each other, but we're not at that base yet. Slow down.
Slow down. Oh my
So what I'm
god.
getting from this is that you don't like to party.
Soma's like, I already made out with
Lasts for a good time,
Pridwin
not a
and
long time.
Lunala
The
and
last time I
Sadie.
partied, I lost an arm.
Soma's made out with a fourth of the party at this point, so.
Yeah.
Shit. I guess can I roll perception to try and see what it is?
Yes, go ahead. Also, there's somebody in your party who has advantage on perception. Cough, cough. Maybe that would help.
Ooh.
I don't know.
18.
Ooh.
18!
hold on.
Alright. You are looking around and you see something in the distance. I am sending it to you.
Okay.
I send to you if cooperate. Much cooperate. Okay. You see this in the distance. Would you please
Some would also.
fucking load? I'm having difficulties. Okay, leave me alone.
What's it doing?
It's not cooperating. There we go. There you
I
go.
rolled a 16 perception.
You with advantage.
Oh, I gotta open that up in the
Yeah.
browser. So it's just a big another tree.
Yep.
Okay.
But let me describe to you that. You see how that looks? That's how it looks from where you are, and you're several miles away.
Here you be doing tree things.
So it large, it big,
Ah.
it very big.
That's a tree.
So I think we go to the massive tree in the distance, since it seems to be the only landmark that any of us can make out at the time.
I'm also sending it to
Again with
you.
making out.
Ooh.
You know, if it will let me. So yeah, Solon says this to you and points. A lot of you can see a general shape in the distance, but most of you can't make anything out.
Oh, that's big.
That's what she said again.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. So, you guys heading out?
I say we head
Yeah.
towards the tree.
Somebody take the reins on this. I don't want to have to
Let's
guide you the
go
whole
tree.
way.
Tree.
Someone's gonna just start walking in that direction.
Yes.
I'm
So
busy
is
right now,
Solon.
man.
So you guys start heading in the direction of the large shape in the distance.
So, what terrible monstrosities do you think we're gonna run into this time?
Trees.
I'll take any bets.
If I were a betting man, I'd say maybe some bears, maybe some
Maybe some
wildlife.
bears? Anyone else? Anyone else have any other ideas what we might end up getting murdered by today?
We've
Better
already met a
walking
dryad,
around
so I wouldn't put
faster.
sentient trees under
Okay,
of-
okay.
consideration.
That's a
Yeah,
good choice. That's a good choice. So we got bears and sentient trees. What about you, Pridwin?
Pride win.
Oh.
Pride win.
Pridwin's a bit absent today. How about you, Katya?
Katya is. She gives you a look over her shoulder. Her eyes narrow a little bit, and then she continues walking, looking away from you.
Sense some hostility there. All right, Pidge. Pidge, any ideas what we're gonna get killed by today?
Trees running around as bears.
So,
Did you hear
is the bear a tree, or is the tree a bear? Liam says.
Tree is a bear.
There's a possibility of both.
Answer? Yes.
He's got a point.
I feel like the problem with a bear as a tree is that it's not really moving that much.
Maybe it's hibernating. How about you, Brian? What do you think we're gonna get killed by today?
Well, I already said bears, but if our last fight's anything to go off of, I would say friendly fire.
You know what? That's a very good option. So demons. I'll write that down.
So you.
Wow! Liam and Minerva glance at each other.
It's not my fault you were in the way of the giant fuck you fireball.
You hit yourself with it.
It's not.
Actually, Soma, it is entirely your fault. You're the one who chooses what you throw fireballs at.
And it just so
Indeed.
happened to be right there.
I didn't ask him to be right there.
And we did not
You
ask
know what?
you to
Next
throw a
time, I'm just
fireball.
gonna hit you away from me.
Ah, well, he could have jumped out of the way. But
I'm mean, if you gave us some warning, probably.
All right, everyone, Sadie says. Let's just take it down a notch.
There's no warning for fireballs.
Clearly. It kind of just happens.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of just there all up in your face.
It's murder weapon of the day.
As you guys are walking, it seems that the little mobs of animals that aren't quite right have disappeared for the time being.
Does Soma still have the squirrel in his tail?
I assumed you got rid of it.
Oh, I held on to him.
For 12 hours. You've been holding a squirrel in your tail for 12 hours.
Yes, I want to tame him.
Oh my fucking god.
You should have threw the squirrel at the bears. Just bamboozle them.
The
Mr. Squirrel.
squirrel
one I
has
should bet
spent
you.
the last 8 hours gnawing at your tail. Your
Oh,
tail
okay.
is now bloody.
Cool.
It has an even darker reddish hue, and its eyes seem to have that purplish, blackish, veiny, like, system around them.
I want to blow some frost in his direction to try to numb his face.
You blow frost in the direction of the squirrel. Please roll.
That is a 14.
You just frozen the entire squirrel's head solid.
All right, that'll do for now. Let's go.
Asphyxiation! Yay!
There's just a squirrel's head frozen to your wounded tail, and its
Mhm.
body is just hanging limply from your tail now.
All right, this'll do. This'll do.
Alright. Well, yeah, you keep walking, I guess. So, yeah, is there anything else you want to talk out before you get there? I'm just checking.
I'm just gonna look at the squirrel in Soma's tail and grab my possum and hold and be like, no. Just hide him. Just like
This is not how Mr. Possum will end up.
I hope not. I'd be sad.
So,
Man.
as you guys are walking, you begin seeing sections of these dying trees, but they seem to be getting worse the closer in you get. Any signs of life seems to have just faded. It's been drained out of them. And as you get closer and closer to that shape, you begin to make out its full form in the distance. It's enormous. Not quite as big as the trees that hold the cities in them, but it's definitely the start of one. Older than Riven, but younger than them. And everything surrounding it seems to be dead. As you begin to actually get close to this thing's root system, things get more complicated for you. Because the root system is a hard to navigate tangle of decaying wood. You find yourselves beginning to crawl up over segments, dipping underneath others. Sometimes you're having to squeeze through tiny sections or leap up into branches, avoiding incomprehensible pitfalls. unnatural twists and turns until sometimes you're not even sure what direction you're going anymore or where you came from.
Hey, for once, not man-made horrors beyond my comprehension.
Well,
They're bear-made, not man-made.
bear made. Bear but once were men.
Shut up.
I fucking can't with you.
It's unbearable.
You guys are in the thick of these gnarled, incomprehensible root systems. What would you guys like to do?
Just look around for any signs of anything living.
Pidge,
I'm
do
gonna-
you think you could scout or perhaps create a map?
Pidge is dead.
Damn.
Pidge is dead.
Can't believe Pidge is dead.
Is Pinch dead?
There she is.
Sorry.
You're good.
Uh,
Pridwin is asking if you
things
can
are loud, yeah.
scout.
oh yeah, I can scout.
How would you like to do that?
I'm just going to use my scope for now.
Okay.
Um,
Go ahead and
Nat 20 on that search.
fucking Jesus. Okay. So
Okay.
you start looking around, and the really difficult part about this is that the roots are high and low. They are sometimes mountains, sometimes cavernous tunnel systems that you guys are all trying to navigate. And it's very difficult for you to see anything long range. So you begin to climb with that nat 20. You climb up, trying to get your bearings. And as you finally make your way to the top of one of these systems, you get a good look at the area around you, and you see this. You get a good look at what is hanging over you. You realize that the sky has gotten eerily dark. It was hard to tell because everything around you was so dark normally, but there's a moon hanging in the sky, and that eerie, awful tree looming over you.
That way, and I point towards the tree, looking down. Yeah.
There you go. You were told that direction and a finger point.
All right, that direction it is.
You guys keep
It mutters to herself as she's going down. This is a major problem.
let's see if anybody heard. Would anybody like to try and hear Pidge say that? Or was anybody even paying attention to Pidge?
That's an 18 for perception.
Sure, why not? Here, hold on.
Soma definitely heard it.
If I roll another fucking 2, I'm gonna cry.
So yeah, Soma, you definitely heard Pidge muttering this as they're making their way down the tree.
Hmm.
Just to be clear, it was a pun.
I appreciate the pun, for sure. So, you're back on the quote-unquote ground. You've been given a direction towards the tree, the general tree itself. You guys keep going?
Yeah.
So, you guys take a few steps forward. Roll perception.
If I roll a 2 again. I'm gonna.
Put it in the group rolls, by the way, so I don't have a stroke. Try and keep track of it. I'm
Even
I'm
kidding.
I
How
am
many twos
I'm
is that
sobbing.
in a row,
3.
Oh my
bro? Oh my god.
Well, that's just how this session's gonna go today. Okay. So Soma and Pridwin, you were the only two that noticed this. As you guys are walking forward, there is a strange sound. It's almost imperceptible over the eerie hum of the wind through the leafless branches around you. Sometimes it whistles when it moves into those tunnels and systems. But you hear... Have you ever heard the sound of ice breaking off of an iceberg?
Oh yeah.
That deep, throaty crack. You hear this. And you can almost feel it beneath your feet.
I don't like what that was.
What was?
Did anyone else hear that?
Yes, I think that something might be moving through the tree. Or the tree itself, maybe.
Well,
Tree's
that
just
made it equally
moving.
more terrifying.
Pidge, roll me a dexterity check. I'll also have Solon roll me one.
3 seconds.
I was put on a new diet, and it takes me a little bit to make dinner now.
So, dexterity check.
19.
Thanks.
Uh-huh.
Love you.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just waiting on the dex check from Solon. What was it?
19.
19. Okay. So, there is a moment, Pidge, where you feel weightless. It comes out of nowhere. As you're taking a step, you look down and you realize that the branch that your foot should have collided with is now gone. You roll forward, having caught yourself at just the right time. You manage to leap over this strange hole that has appeared before you, tumbling onto the other side. You take a shaky breath and look down. Solon, you have the same problem. You're walking, trying to get your bearings, trying to deal with the chit-chat of the group that bothers you, when all of a sudden, you're not standing on anything anymore. Luckily for you, Xavier is a long weapon, and you are able to twist Xavier sideways and catch yourself, and swing back up onto the ground. You glance back at the hole, and you wonder to yourself, did I just miss that? Was that there a second ago? You aren't sure. The rest of the group doesn't seem to have noticed. They continue walking, chit-chatting.
Do I not get to roll a perception check?
Would you like to?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, Pridwin's pretty worried about the party right now.
Go ahead. It would make sense because you're in the back.
That's a 15.
You glance over. You've been kind of watching everybody. And you see Solon staring at a hole. He has a strange look on his face.
Got a new
Solon,
fascination
are you-
with holes? Oh, sorry.
Are you all right? Please shut up.
Something's going on with the terrain. I could have sworn that their ground was solid just a moment ago, and the minute I took a step and put pressure on it, the ground just disappeared. It didn't
Soma,
fall,
roll
it
me
just
a dexterity check.
disappeared.
Who?
Soma.
Oh. Let me, That is a... Where's my dexterity? Oh, okay. That is a 27.
You are walking. And you hear everybody chit-chatting, so you turn your head back to glance at them. And as you do, you run smack into a wall.
Oh.
Now, the funny thing about that is, there wasn't anything in front of you a minute ago when you were walking.
Did anyone put this wall in front of me?
Roll me a second dexterity check.
Oh. 20, unnatural.
Unnatural?
Yeah.
You turn back to the party to ask about this wall, and there's another wall in front of you. And
Guys, wall?
as you look back at the second wall, you feel that strange cracking reverberate through the bark beneath your feet, and then all of a sudden, that's what cues you in to move. You lift yourself off of the ground with your wings just in time as suddenly there isn't any ground underneath of you at all. You're hovering on your wings over a dark, inexplicable, cavernous hole beneath you.
Guys, the terrain is fucky. Terrain
Brian,
is fucked.
roll me a dex check.
Bananas. 10.
Brian, you hear Soma say this. Something about fucky terrain. It kind of makes you laugh a little bit. And you turn your head in his direction. But you don't see him. You see roots. You turn your head in the other direction, you see roots. And as you look all around you, there's just more roots, but it's weird. The roots seem to be moving. And it's not for a few seconds that you realize it's not the roots that are moving at all, it's you.
Yeah.
And you're falling. And it's getting dark around
Can
you.
I use a skill? What's my skill to like teleport whirlwind step? How far down am I?
You're not sure. You can try. Roll.
I was gonna say it's not a fucking 2. What is that? Is that 16? That's 16.
Do you say 16?
Yeah.
Okay, you whirlwind step, and you phase forward like you always do, and you feel something solid beneath your feet. You look down, and you realize you are standing on Amani, who is laying on the ground inexplicably. She has a hand stretched into a dark expanse beneath you, and she blinks, looks up at you. You have no idea how your Meister, who you just used to whirlwind step, ended up underneath of you. Predwin, you hear Soma shouting about something being fucky. You turn and you don't see Soma anywhere. And the terrain looks weird. You do hear a soft grunt of surprise from somewhere behind you. And then, oh fuck.
What's happening?
Are you asking this going towards Soma's voice? Are you going towards the voices you just heard?
The voice I just heard. I mean, Pridwin's probably trying to stay still.
So you're not moving.
No. He's going to call out loudly as he can. What's happening?
Gravity.
You hear Liam shout, "Just hold on. Just don't let go of me, okay? Fuck." He sounds out of breath. His voice sounds strangely distant.
Everyone, we need to regroup.
You also notice you don't see Brian and Amani anywhere. You
That
thought you
part'll be
heard their
kinda
voice
hard.
a second ago, but you can't see them. You don't see Liam and Minerva. You don't see Soma.
Damn it. Pridwin's going to turn back over to Solon and say, "This tree, do you think it's moving, or do you think it's doing something else?"
I think it's trying to eat us.
Solon's dead.
It could definitely be alive. Or it could also be something in the air where maybe we're hallucinating.
Pitch, roll me another dexterity check.
Can Pridwin roll like an insight to see if
18.
Okay. What are you asking me? Insight for what?
insight to try and figure out if this is an illusion or if things actually seem to be physically changing?
Go ahead and roll me insight. This might be funny.
Are we just tripping
Oh.
balls?
You,
Wouldn't
sir,
be the
are
first time.
tripping balls! 19?
You start to wonder if this is an illusion. And you're looking around. You're trying to figure out what's going on when all of a sudden, the ground beneath you isn't ground anymore. And you get your answer very quickly. This isn't some illusion. You are now falling. However, because you were looking and paying attention, you catch it fast enough that you can grab Lunala and pull yourselves back away from the edge. The small hole beside you, you didn't see it open, but it's there.
The tree shouldn't be able to move this fast, but it's definitely real.
You feel Lunala pull in the opposite direction towards the hole, and you look at her for a moment and you realize that another hole has opened up behind you, and as you were pulling away from the first hole, you nearly went into the second hole. There are now 2 precarious holes on either side of you.
Holy smoke.
What the hell is happening?
Pidge, you managed to leap up away from another hole. You've used Aeon, stabbed it into a section of the bark, and suspended yourself. You were hovering, and the holes beneath you, you see several of them. You don't remember seeing them open, but they're there.
Everyone okay? Fidge yells
I'm-
out.
I'm still on top of the ground.
Probably not a good idea. Get onto a branch.
It's all branches.
Well,
Just everything's branches.
grip onto one.
Can I activate Vigilant?
does again.
You just prepare for incoming attacks, giving you advantage on rolls to dodge.
Gotcha. Yeah, you can.
Everyone, we need to regroup. We need a plan.
As you say this, you hear shit, shit, and then you don't hear the voice anymore.
Damn it. I think somebody fell through. I'm going to try and get them back.
You look around. From where you're standing, you see Lunala. You see Solon with Xavier in weapon form. You can see Pidge above you, clinging to a blade that is stuck into the wood. And now that you're looking up, you realize that you don't see the sky. You don't even see hints of it in small places anymore. You seem to be in one of those tunnel systems. You don't see Soma. You don't see Brian or Amani. You don't see the twins. You don't see Katya or Liam or Minerva.
Damn it. Everyone, try to make sure that you're not alone. Solon, do you want to come with me, or do you want to try and find some of the others?
At this point, we've already lost enough people that it's probably best to stick together. We don't know what's causing this tree to move, although I can have some theories.
It's
Very well.
magic, you know.
Pridwin is going to pull a roll of gauze out of his pack, and he's going to unravel it, and he's going to tie one end to his arm and try and offer it to Lunala to tie it to hers. And then he's going to do the same thing for Solon.
Lunala instead holds out her hand and says, I think all weapons should stay in their weapon forms until we get out of here.
That's probably a good idea.
It's a lot harder to unseat a weapon from a Meister's hand.
Pridwin's still going to offer the roll of gauze to Solon, but he will turn into weapon form.
Solon, do you take it?
Yes.
Okay. You take the other end of the gauze that Pridwin offers you. What do you do with it?
I wrap it around my arm.
Okay. You wrap it around your mechanical arm and you fasten it to a piece of the mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
You are now connected to Lunala with a piece of gauze.
This will definitely snap if one of us falls, but at the very least it'll keep us from getting walled off from each other.
Pidge, you are hanging above Pridwin and Solon. What would you like to do?
Is it likely that the branch is going to move at any moment?
You don't know. As far as you know, the terrain around you seems to be changing at every turn of the head. In fact, as you're looking around, you don't see the area that you climbed up to get a view of the tree anymore. You're in that same cavernous root system that Pridwin and Solon are.
Barely.
No, not when you and we're on Discord.
You were like muted, so You came through my mind.
I didn't know if that was part of the act or that was I don't know. I don't know what to think about that.
You know what? That actually works just fine.
It's pretty accurate, honestly.
Paige turns to Pridwin and says, "I think I'm gonna go scout," and then starts climbing along the branch that she's on.
Pidge does a weird spider impression and scuttles away.
Pridwin looks up and is like, "Wait, oh, she's gone. Oh no."
Pretty much.
Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne.
Soma, you
Uh-huh.
are hovering. You see Sadie standing on a ledge with her back to a wall. A wall that you don't remember being there.
Hmm.
Her toes precariously hanging over the edge, staring down into a tunnel.
He's going to pick
And
her up.
she's
and
looking at
hold her.
something.
Oh, looking at something. Oh, he's gonna look at what she's looking at.
Follow her gaze down into the tunnel, and you see, clinging to the branches, a good 20 feet down, a small red-headed child.
Oh shit, he's gonna go down there.
You swoop down. Katya is clinging to the branches. She looks confused. She doesn't know how she got there. And her fingers are slipping from the ledge. But they're not really slipping from the ledge so much as the ledge seems to get shorter and shorter every time you look at it.
He's going to grab her.
You grab the scruff of her hoodie, picking her up, and she lets out a little eep of surprise.
Alright, this is some giant fuck-off monster controlling all of this shit, I bet.
You go to fly back upwards, except there's no up anymore. You are nearly touching the ceiling.
Fuck. Sadie?
You look around. You don't see Sadie anywhere.
Ah, fuck. Well, I guess the only way is down.
Katya, disgruntled, is hanging in your grasp, but the confusion and a growing fear seems to be keeping her quiet. You slowly drift downwards with your wings. Silva and Varuna. You two. You don't really know where you are. You weren't really paying much attention to the group as it was either. You were trying to keep an eye on Brian and Imani. And it was in the middle of keeping an eye on Brian and Imani that you realized the rest of your party was gone. And now, you're standing on a platform. A platform that didn't used to be a platform. And you look up, and Brian and Imani are hovering over a ledge above you, somehow.
Do you guys have any idea how we got down here?
Magic. The tree wanted us to, for lack of better words, go into its holes.
Taken by the roots once again. Do you guys see any exits at all?
Well, there was one up there, and it's gone.
Oh, okay. Well, that's helpful. Varuna, do you have any ideas how we can get the hell out of this?
She looks one way. She looks the other way. She shrugs.
Right. Well, I don't see any other way of getting out of this other than down.
Who is
Well-
that? You hear a voice from somewhere below you.
Silva? Who's that?
It's Sadie. I don't see you. Where are you?
I don't see you either. I'm trying to figure that out myself.
You hear the words. They sound almost muffled. They're coming from beneath your feet.
Are you below me?
I'm not sure. I didn't think I was below anything until a moment ago. How did
Oh.
you get up there? Is there a
I'm trying
hole
to
or
figure that out.
something? You hear a
Um,
thudding sound as if she's hitting the roots.
Well, I didn't know I was above you until just a moment ago. So no, there's no hole. It's just we're stuck here.
Is Soma with you?
No, I have not seen him.
Fuck. Fredwin. You and Lunala. Are you in your weapon form now?
Yeah, he's in weapon form.
Okay. So Lunala is walking and Solon is walking. You guys are kind of walking at an even clip. You're trying to
He'll-
keep your eyes on the ground. Trying to avoid any more holes.
He will also have his light illuminating as much as he can.
You have your light glowing. Solon, you're walking beside him, also keeping your eyes on the ground, and this warm amber glow has kept you company. Until it's not keeping you company anymore. You turn to your right and look. There's a wall beside you. And the gauze that's tied to your arm, it's still tight. Just as tight as when you and Lunala had kept it to let you two know that you were there. But it's tight against the wall. Lunala tilts her head sideways and realizes the same thing. There's a piece of gauze tied to her arm. Taut, it disappears into a wall beside you.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Are you all right?
Well, fine. I think that this wall grew around the space between us.
It's grew? How could it grow in milliseconds?
I don't know. It could be some sort of mental effect, or it could just be that it's faster than we can perceive.
I hate it here, Lunala says.
Indeed.
Well, do you think it's worth finding a way around, or we just keep trying to figure out how to get out of here?
Solon, quit pulling on the bandage, Lunala says. You can see Pridwin, she's tugging her arm away from the wall. The gauze seems to be pulling in toward the wall every time she tugs at it.
I'm not
So?
pulling on it.
Solon, you feel the gauze being pulled aggressively.
Into the wall?
Yes.
Cut it.
Without hesitation, Lunala immediately slices the gauze, and almost like someone's slurping spaghetti up the gauze, flips and disappears into the wall.
Solon's gonna move his arm in a way that the machinery, gears, slice.
The gears slice through it, and you
gauze.
see the same thing. The gauze is sucked up into the wall and disappears.
Well,
You're suddenly
could've been
craving
bad.
Italian food.
Whatever this
Pizza, pasta.
whatever this thing is, it does not want us to find it does not want us staying together. And I suppose that likely means we will not be able to get back together unless we find either somewhere that this thing wants us to be or somewhere where it cannot influence.
You look in front of you. You see the tunnel you're in looks very much like a tunnel now, with a linear direction.
Who is this? Both of us?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, there's
Well-
a tunnel.
Yeah, I think our direction is clear.
Ah, yes, it's guiding us somewhere. Just have to hope that wherever it is isn't going to get us killed.
Stay on your guard. Something tells me that this sickness has affected something.
Same to you. We'll continue trying to communicate through the walls as best as we can, but I have a bad feeling that we are being separated for a reason.
You start walking further inward in the direction that this thing seems to want you to go. Every once in a while, you murmur to each other to make sure that, despite the wall in between you, you two are still within earshot. Maybe it was 5 minutes, maybe it's been an hour, you're not sure. Time is a strange thing when you have no way to gauge it. Solon, you murmur something towards Lunala to make sure she's there, and you hear something back. But she's not speaking to you. It seems like she's speaking to somebody else. Do you try and listen into the conversation?
Yes.
You seem to be hearing a conversation she's having with somebody else. Sometimes, when you've lived long enough, when you've lived a lie for that long, it becomes a part of you. Who is he? I don't think any of us knows. I'm not sure Solon even knows.
Is this on the other side of the wall, or is it like in front of me?
It's on the other side of the wall.
Okay.
Pridwin. Lunala has been humming softly, trying to get Solon's attention every once in a while. It's been a few minutes since she checked in, and you hear her hum something, and then you hear someone respond. Do you try and listen into the conversation?
Yeah.
It seems like Solon might be talking to Xavier or somebody else. You're not sure. But you catch him mid-sentence. He's afraid of everything. It's becoming a problem. Too much armor weighs you down. Wanting to take hits for everybody, what happens when you have nothing left to give, huh?
Oh, I see. Okay.
Did you just hear what I heard?
Lunala, she kind of stops and listens. Do you hear Liam's voice?
No, I heard Solon speaking.
You... Listen. You can feel that link, the dual arts resonation. She's trying to expand your mental grasp so that you can hear what she's hearing. And you hear Liam's voice. She's a liability. She's a fucking doomsday device in the flesh, and every single day of our lives is spent making sure the entire world doesn't end because of her. And you're okay with this? There's a pause. You hear another voice, but you can't quite make out what they're saying. You know, and the worst part of it is, none of it's her fault. She has to sit there knowing that her end is approaching, and with it, the entire world is gonna change. I pity her.
Something's off.
Soma, you're walking. Or floating, whatever you're doing.
Uh-huh.
Katya is begrudgingly in your arms. And you hear a voice, muffled, as if it's coming from the other side of the tunnel you're in somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
You hear Sadie's voice.
Oh,
You think she's saying your name, but you're not sure. Do you listen in?
yeah.
I trusted you. I love you with every part of my being. So how could you be so stupid? How could you do that? How could you, Soma? I promised to see this through with you, and now my hands are as bloody as yours. What's gonna happen to me?
What do you mean by that? I wouldn't let anything like that.
You hear another voice. You think that maybe they're talking to Sadie. You know, I could let the demon thing slide when it was just another part of him. That didn't have to define who he was. But a person chooses what to do with the cards they're handed. And he chose poorly. It sounds like Minerva.
So no.
Pidge, you're crawling along the ceiling. And it's a nice ceiling. It's a nice ceiling. Until it's not a ceiling anymore. You realize that you're belly crawling on the floor. You kind of straighten yourself up. And as you do, you think you hear some voices ahead. Maybe your scouting has paid off. Are you gonna head toward those voices? See if you can figure out who it is? Oh, I see. It's okay, I can come back to you. Please stand by. Brian. You, Amani, and the twins have managed to get yourselves down into one of these hallways. And you've started walking. You're not sure where you're going. But you think you hear some voices coming through the wall beside you. You think you hear your name. Do you want to say anything?
Hello? Is someone over there? Is there even over there?
Bredwin, you hear Brian say this. It sounds like it's muffled, coming from your right somewhere.
Brian, is that you?
Bridwin? Is that you I'm hearing? Am I going crazy? I might be going crazy.
I think that the tree may be trying to play tricks on us.
I think you might be right, but I don't know. I'm just in a dark hole with Monty and the twins.
I mean, I have nothing negative to say about you, so I think that might be proof enough.
Wait, you're hearing negative things about people?
Yes.
You hear from your left, Pridwin. Is that Brian? Ugh. Coming from Solon.
Solon, is that you?
I can't stand him. I mean, he uses a sledgehammer when a scalpel is needed. Not a fan. It's hard to trust someone who will inevitably get you killed. Not even sure he's capable of change.
Okay, I don't think that's Solon. Or at least not really him.
Bridwin, is everything good over there?
I think the tree's still trying to play tricks on us.
Nice.
Sorry, real quick. Who did I hear again?
You heard Pridwin?
Okay.
But speaking of people you're hearing, you still hear Pridwin talking. He's talking to Brian through the other side of the wall, and it's just far enough away you're struggling to make it out. But you hear bits and pieces. A lone wolf can't act like part of the team, doing things behind the party's back. Just waiting for him to do something he'll regret.
Yes, well, the last time I was in a team didn't work out so well, so have some understanding of my hesitation to be in another one.
Soma, you hear Solon say this.
Solon?
Soma, where are you?
Hi. I don't know.
Are you hearing Pridwin too?
Pridwin? I haven't heard Pridwin. I heard Sadie. Or was it Sadie? I heard somebody.
I haven't heard from Sadie. I think the tree's trying to play tricks on us.
Keep your eyes peeled. We don't know what's gonna happen here. This is way too freaky.
You can say that twice.
Soma, you hear Lunala. You thought you heard Pridwin. You think maybe they're having a conversation nearby. Maybe that's Brian's voice? He's suspicious. He's holding something back from us. You try and say something to them.
Hello?
Pridwin, you hear Soma cautiously say hello somewhere nearby.
Soma, is that you?
Yes? What is going on here?
I have no idea, but I believe that the tree might be trying to use some sort of illusion to turn us against each other.
Huh. That's
Whether-
fun.
Whether or not it is true or not, I'm not concerned about at the moment. My
That's-
guess is that it's likely going to try and rile us up, drop us in a room together, and then get us to kill each other.
That's a classic move. Yeah, let's definitely not fall for that.
Probably a good idea.
Do I still hear Soma talking?
You'd think you do. You're not sure. Would you like to try and listen in?
Yes.
You focus. You hear a voice, but it's not... It's not him. What's wrong, little sparrow? Never learn how to fly?
Is this your doing? Have you split us up?
So close to you. You swear you can smell that wet dog scent radiating from the darkness of the tunnel ahead.
You got everyone killed.
They made their choice. They knew it was possible. They knew what could have happened.
He strutted around like some proud leader thinking he can accomplish something. All he did was lead those petty fools to their deaths. I would have gone too, but barely made it out. I don't even think that bastard was after me.
I mean, honestly, if he got his entire team killed, his sisters killed, what does that mean for the rest of us, Minerva? Can we seriously trust him?
Yes, those are sins that I will spend the rest of my life attempting to atone for. And I probably should have been the one to die instead of them, but here I am. I lived. They died. That's what happened.
Brian,
Is the
you were walking. Oh, you're free now. Okay. You're walking closer to the wall, trying to hear more. You lean in to the conversation, and you hear Lunala. Her voice is warding and angry, and it feels like she's right in front of you with every word. It feels like a physical strike to your being with the strength behind it. We were right there, and you almost got us killed. You attack without a single concern for your comrades. You jump at the chance of violence. You don't care about anyone but yourself, do you? You're just another bad ending waiting to happen.
What the?
You hear Katya's voice, as if she's standing right behind you. I don't like you.
Good. I don't fucking like you either. So you know what? Feelings mutual there, buddy.
Right back at you.
Like, motherfucker.
You want to fight?
Soma, you feel Katya bristle in your grasp. What did he say to
Katya?
me?
Gotcha. What are you talking about?
The new kid just told me he didn't fucking like me.
What the fuck? Where is he? I'll fuck him up.
She points toward the wall to your left. I can hear him talking over there.
Oh, that's a disembodied voice. I think we should probably not trust those.
I'm gonna turn over to the twins and be like, "You guys hear anything?"
Silva,
You hear it?
Verna, you listen. Sure enough, you hear a voice. You hear that strange boy's voice, the one that hangs out with the mask girl. They're just another pair of stragglers on the outskirts of the group. One day we'll look up and they won't even be there anymore. Nobody'll even care. You hear Soma. He's useful, sure, but there's something deeply wrong about him and his sister. I can't quite pin it. They're dangerous.
I do hear those voices, and I do not like them.
Pridwin, you turn to your right, trying to look around, trying to get your bearings, and you see something etched into the wall in front of you as if it was carved with a knife. No lies.
Okay, that's new.
Does Brian still hear Pridwin or?
You listen in, trying to piece out Pridwin's voice amongst the others. It seems like maybe all of them are on the other side of that wall and all of them are having a conversation. You can't trust him. He's too impulsive. He can't take anything seriously. He's gonna get us all killed. If it weren't for his handler, we might already be dead. He has no tact, you hear Minerva say.
I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut and keep walking.
You hear Liam's voice cut in. Everything's a goddamn joke to him. Having Soma is bad enough. Having the two of them together? They're an atomic bomb waiting to swallow us up in their explosion. Idiots.
Yikes.
Solon,
Yes.
the voices seem to be getting louder around you. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna keep walking forward.
You keep walking forward, and you notice something scrawled on the ground in front of you. You're not sure if it was cut or if it was written. No lies.
No lie. What do you? Is it? What is that supposed to mean? Is this from the tree or is this from my past? I can't.
Soma, you set Katya down for a moment, trying to listen in on the voices, trying to pinpoint where they're coming from, and you turn back to her and she's running her fingers over something. It's dripping. Liquid, almost like sap coming from the wound on a tree trunk. No lies. Brian, you see it too. It's on the ceiling above you. Spelled out in large, gnarled letters. No lies. And all of you see these words imprinted somewhere in the tunnel as you walk further. Soma, you hear another voice cutting in. It's Lunala. I will never trust you again. Do you hear me, Soma? I saw you that day. I saw Katya's back. I've seen what's on that iPad. It's your fault Katya's like this. It's your fault Pridwin is losing his mind. You are chaos incarnate. Where's Douglas and Eliza, Soma? Are they even alive? You know, for someone who always acts like he has everything under control, you're losing your grip. It's all just an act, isn't it? You aren't our goddamned messiah. You're just an infection. And it needs to be purged. Narcissus' voice hisses in from somewhere behind you. I know what you've done, little horn.
And so what?
Pridwin, you hear Soma's voice. And so what? I can't tell him. He's gonna kill me. He's holding everyone back. The cracks are beginning to show in his armor. You hear Liam from the other side of the wall next to you. Pridwin? You're losing it, man. What's happening to you?
Liam, it's not actually you.
What's happening to you, big brother?
Okay, this is getting very unsettling.
What are you talking about? Of course it's me. We were literally having a conversation, Pridwin.
What? Hang on. Tell me what the conversation you were having was.
What do you mean?
Liam, I believe this tree is trying to turn us against each other. I don't know if it's using actual truths or if it's deceiving us.
Do you really think that, Pridwin?
Think what?
I can't believe you'd say something like that.
Liam, I need you to tell me what you think I said.
There's silence. Pidge, you're hearing the voices too. You hear Katya. You're different. Something's changed in you. You forgot your hat. Here, let me go get it for you.
You feel just Paige catches her breath for a second but doesn't say anything.
If they only knew what you've done, would they still be standing beside you? You hear Solon. This large-scale destruction. You hear Varuna. Freak. Little pyromaniac. You hear Pridwin again. She's becoming more and more unstable, and I can't help. Come on, Pidge. You promised we'd go watch the fireworks together. Oh, you forgot your hat. That phrase keeps repeating itself, echoing down the tunnel. Pridwin, you're still sharing Lunala's headspace, and you hear something. You hear Soma. He's holding her back. You're Katya. You're just like me. A witch. A problem. A burden. Sometimes it feels like the whole world is watching to see which one of us is gonna end it first. You hear the new girl. Sure, she seems like a sweetheart, but she's a witch, and we've been trained our whole lives to kill witches. Why should we make friends with one if the ending is inevitable? You hear your own voice, Pridwin. She abandoned me. She's just like everyone else. You feel a static shock come between you for a moment. Lunala is deathly silent.
Lunala?
She doesn't say anything to you. Soma.
Mm-hmm.
Katya is bristling beneath you, and you try and listen in, try to use your dual arts to hear what she's hearing, and you hear Pridwin. She's growing up to be just like her role models. Monsters. You hear Liam. You know, sometimes... God, I hate you. My life was so simple before you came along. You had to make me care about you. You had to make me want to be like this, to be better. You hear Solon. You're too much like my sister. And she's dead. And then you hear Douglas. You made your bed. Now you've got to lie in it. Katya is bristling more and more. You can see the tremble in the hands at her sides. You take a step towards her and you hear a sharp laugh cut through the air around you. You're trying so hard to fight it, but deep down, let's face it, Soma, you're just like me. You can almost see Rika. You can feel her moving around you. I'm so glad you're finally coming around. The horn looks good on you, by the way. You know, whenever you want to be rid of these losers weighing you down, you just let me know. The shiny one and the unchild will be particularly interesting. I wonder if her blood will be sweet and savory like other children's, or if it'll have the flavor of a finely aged wine. I can't wait to find out. And it's so good of you to provide me with the location of the Moon Witch. At least things are finally falling into place. The stars are aligning, the prophecies are coming true, and I can't wait. Really, it's gonna be a scream, little brother. You and me and you, together. All we need is our impertinent little sister.
You can have anything else, but you will not have Katya.
See, that's where you're wrong. We made a deal.
We did? And how's that faring?
Pretty well. Just a ticking time bomb. Tick, tick, tick. Time's running out, little brother. You're gonna lose control, and when you do, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna watch it go down. How
You
many
will have nothing.
souls did you let me have that day? Do you know the number? Do you want to know?
Enlighten me.
327. And that was just who was in the tunnel system that you let me have. That's not to count the millions
Shut up.
that were in Japan.
Stop talking.
Why? What's the matter? You worried the little brat's gonna hear you? Look at her. She
You will not
loathes
speak
you.
another word.
Or what? What are you gonna do? Nothing? You don't even know if I'm real, do you?
He grips at his forehead and sort of a pained wince.
The others are falling apart around you. Your whole team element is held together by a couple threads. You know how easy it would be for me to snap every little one. They don't like you. They don't trust you. I'll tell you a little secret. Those words on the floor there that little brat is fingering, they're true. This area, it's an area you can't lie in. Something special about these creepy crawly trees. They have an effect on people. Everything you're hearing, whether they're meaning to speak it aloud or not, it's all true, little brother. Every single word.
So what if they are? I know what I've done, and I know the consequences for it.
But do they? And what will they do when they find out?
I will stop at nothing to make sure that doesn't happen. Not yet.
Katya's not facing you. She's staring at the words, and you hear her voice. Where are my mom and dad, Uncle Soma? I don't know how, but this is your fault. What did you do?
They're back in Japan.
Are they?
They are.
Then why won't you talk about what happened?
I can't.
Why can't I remember anything?
I can't tell you. I know it's difficult to trust me with anything, but please, you will find out one day. Just now is not the time.
Pridwin, you hear Katya's voice somewhere further down the tunnel. It sounds like she's shouting.
I think Katya's up ahead.
No! She shouts, loud enough to almost reverberate the tunnel around you. You're lying to me!
I know. And trust me, it pains me to do so. I don't wish for this.
Does
I
it?
didn't wish.
Does it pain you? You look fine to me. Pridwin, you've heard the tone in Katya's voice before. It's usually accompanied with a dark, veined appearance on her face. The child is slipping.
Soma? If this is real, you need to tell her what happened now, otherwise this will end the same way, either way.
You start walking forward, or rather Lunala does. You start running, and you come to the end of the tunnel, almost barreling over. There's an expanse in the center, a giant hole, and there's something glowing down within the hole. You look across this expanse, and you see the opening of another tunnel. And Soma and Katya are standing in that opening. Katya's braced in a defensive position. You can see her hand clenching, her fingers curling, except they don't look like fingers anymore. They're starting to look like claws. You see Soma standing there with a hand extended towards her, trying to be calm, but you can see that that's slipping.
I did what I did because I thought I had no choice. I thought you were dead.
That doesn't make any sense!
I can't tell you.
You see Katya gripping at her hair. She lets out a frustrated groan that turns almost into a scream.
As if I told you, all of us are at the risk of dying. And I do not want that.
Why? Because of me?
No.
You think the same thing that everybody else does. Just go ahead and say it. That I can't control myself. That I'm a burden. That I'm a threat to all of you. Go ahead, Uncle
No.
Somi. All you ever do is try and keep me calm so that I don't hurt you.
It's not because I think you can't control yourself. It's none of that. Whatever this tree told you, it's only half-truths.
The tree didn't tell me anything.
Because I wanted to protect you. Not from yourself, but from everything else.
As this conversation is happening, Solon, you and Xavier come to the end of your tunnel and you see the same thing. A great expanse. Something glowing in the darkness of the tunnel beneath you. And it seems that all of the other tunnels around you, they all end here. And you see your team members one by one moving, coming to the end of their tunnels and seeing this darkness and seeing all of you, and all of you begin seeing each other. And you can feel the tension in the air. You all look around. Pridwin, you feel Lunala's hand shaking in your hilt. You feel the connection momentarily slipping between the two of you.
Lunala?
You think I'm just like everyone else?
That is a lie.
You think I abandoned you?
That is an exaggeration.
But it's not a lie, is it?
No. I was hurt deeply by what you did. And if I'm being honest, I thought it was profoundly foolish.
She lets go
I-
of you.
He transforms back into his human form. Lunola, I'm not like my parents. I cannot fight on my own. I've never been good at solo weapon fighting. I can't even use any of my healing abilities on my own. I need other people to help me, and you knew that. And yet you just dropped me to the side and jumped into the fray while our allies were being torn to pieces.
So that's it, Liam says from across the expanse from their tunnel. Everything you guys said. That's what you think, huh?
Everyone, it's only half-truths. Sure, some of the words cut, but it's not everything. It's trying to divide us. This is what it wants.
It is clearly weaponizing our opinions and twisting them in a way to get us to destroy each other.
Pridwin,
Well, you
what
know
did it
what?
say I said about you?
Maybe that's a good thing.
Pridwin,
What do you mean?
what did it say I said about you?
There were a lot of voices, and it is difficult to remember who said what, but if I recall correctly, you believe that I'm holding everyone back.
Did it say anything else?
Can I roll a memory check real quick? Because it was really hard to remember who said what. And can I just say that counts for everything, or just a specific memory?
It depends on how well you roll.
19?
Okay. The things you heard were Soma. I can't tell him. He's gonna kill me. He's holding everyone back. The cracks in his armor are beginning to show. You heard Liam and Minerva. You're losing it. What's happening to you? What's happening to you, big brother? You heard Solon. Afraid of everything. Too much armor weighs you down. Wanting to take hits for everybody, what happens when you have nothing left to give? You didn't hear the last one yet.
Soma, you fear that whatever you did, whatever you're hiding from me, if I find out, I'm going to try to kill you.
That's true.
And if I'm being honest, I'm afraid of finding out what you've done. And I don't know how I'm going to respond to it, but part of me still wants to believe that you are who I thought you were from the start. I want to believe that you are capable of good and wish to do good. But at the same time, I am afraid that you may throw us under the bus in pursuit of something.
I will tell you now that I will not throw you away. It's only told you half-truths.
Then what is
First,
the truth?
for the first time in a long time, I will be honest. You are one of my closest friends, and I acknowledge that you may have weaknesses, and that's what it may have told you, that the cracks are showing. Yes, I may believe that to a degree, but I see greatness in you, and I understand why You do what you do. But I do not antagonize you.
Very well. What is it that you heard me say?
I'm trying to remember. I was like coming in and out during the Pridwin section.
Memories?
So, I didn't read you Pridwin's line that I have written down.
Oh.
Oh, okay, okay. I didn't get one from you, but I got one from Sadie.
Sadie's standing in a tunnel all of her own, off to the side. She has her hands in her pockets, and she's looking at the glow below. She's not looking at you.
But I don't care what half-truth it gave me about what you think about me, Sadie. I understand. And I agree with you.
Her head tilts to
But
the side a bit. She glances at you.
I will make sure that you do not suffer the same fate as anyone else who's misfortunate enough back in Japan to cross my path.
Don't make promises you can't keep, Soma. You're good at doing that.
I am. But all I have is my word.
Unfortunately, that doesn't carry much value right now.
I know. I don't expect you to trust me. I just want you to know that I haven't stopped fighting for what is good, despite my transgressions.
Soma and Pridwin aren't the only ones standing here. Any of you have anything else to say right now? After everything you've heard? After realizing that everything you heard wasn't an untruth?
Can you reread the first line you read to me?
Do you remember who said it? Because I was not going in order.
was the wolf?
You said Pridwin. It was
I was pretty.
something about when
I
you
think
lived
it was-
long enough.
If you roll me a good memory check, I'll read you everything that I've written for you.
Okay.
I think it was Lunala who said the first
it?
line.
I think it was
Yeah.
2. Again, if you roll me a high enough memory check, I'll read you everything.
19.
There you go. So, not in order. Lunala spoke to you. She said, sometimes when you've lived a lie long enough, it becomes a part of you. Who is he? I don't think any of us know anymore. Liam said, if you got his entire previous team, his sisters, killed, what does that mean for us? Pridwin said, it was in and out, so you were having a hard time hearing all of it.
Yeah.
But Lone Wolf can't act like part of the team. Doing things behind the party's back. Just waiting for him to do something he'll regret. You also heard the wolf speaking to you. What's wrong, little sparrow? Never learn how to fly? You heard Soma. His fatal flaw clings to the past, refuses to live with his demons.
want to do something with this, but I don't know what I want to do with it.
Mhm.
I guess just direct.
By the way, if you've rolled a memory check or would like to roll a memory check, I will send you what you heard if
Cool.
you need that for dialogue purposes right now.
Okay.
If you'd like that, just let me know and roll for me.
14.
14?
19.
14 and 19?
I just sent it to you.
Okay.
I should group those would have been a smarter idea.
Okay.
Is there? What else is in here? Just that light that we're seeing?
Yeah, you can see each other. All of the tunnels have come to a head right here. In like a giant circle. So you're all facing each other in a sense, and then there's the ominous hole beneath you and a strange glow in it.
I'm gonna move over to where the congregation of the group is at the moment.
I mean, you can't.
Oh, okay.
The tunnels end in the hole, so you can't reach each other at the moment.
But we're close enough that we can speak to each other.
Yes, you all can hear each other.
I see. Okay.
Does anybody else need their stuff, or did you all get it?
I got mine.
I got it.
Hi, Poppy. Not right now.
Soma, did you want the text version?
Sure.
I can't give you all of it because I ad-libbed some of it, but I'll give you what I have.
Mm-hmm.
Paige is gonna sit there and drink some shots.
Paige just starts drinking.
I mean, you guys are all right.
I guess that's the thing I'm most curious about. Lunala, I'm curious. What lie do you think I've been living?
She glances in your direction. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think we need to be honest with each other. Especially if we're going to sort out whether or not. If we're going to be able to trust each other and get this mission done, then we need to clear the air.
I'm not sure that's an option anymore, Predwin.
What do you mean?
Trusting each other? After this? Sure, you can clear the air. We can get this mission done, maybe, if we can figure out how to work together, but trust each other? I'm not sure that's possible. And to answer
Maybe
your
not.
question, Solon, whatever you heard was right. I don't know who you are. And to be honest, I don't think you do either. And I don't think you know what you're running towards. I don't think you have a goal. I think you're fueled by revenge, and you're willing to do any and everything to get it done. You act like you care about us, but you also wall us off and don't let us see who you are. You're as bad as Soma is. You're wearing a mask, but it's not physical. And I don't know if you know how to take it off.
Yes, well, the last time I opened up and worked as a team didn't work out so well, so forgive me for wanting to keep my distance.
Keeping your distance will only put yourself and the rest of us in danger. I will admit I have concerns about this group, about almost everyone within it. I feel as though all of us are straying in opposite directions. Everybody is under a considerable amount of mental strain, and I don't know how to help. But if we keep pulling in opposite directions, we're going to keep getting each other hurt or killed. And I've been trying so desperately hard to keep us all together. It's a mess. Not just out here, but Fridwin taps his head and says, in here as well. It's constant bickering, constant turmoil. And it just feels like it keeps getting worse. And I feel like I'm going to fall apart before I can... if I can even fix this. I can mend physical wounds, but I don't know how to help. I don't know how to fix relationships, how to help people through what they're going through.
Then stop, Katya says. She shoots a glare in your direction. That's your problem. You're always trying to fix somebody. Just stop. Stop trying to fix me. You're not my dad. I have parents, and you all took them away from me. She points at you, Soma. Stop trying to make me a better person. I don't want to be better. I want to be worse.
I'm not trying to make you a better person. Why do you even want to be worse?
Because then I'll finally be what everybody sees me as. And all those expectations and all those realities will be true. And I won't have to fight it anymore.
Do you want to know what I see you as, Katya? Do you want the truth? My honest opinion of you? No holding back.
You think I'm turning into all of them? She gestures at Soma.
No, I don't. I think that Soma, specifically, is a terrible influence on you.
I'll take that.
That's a deserved punch.
I did not have a very good first impression of your father, but I do not know him well enough to gauge whether or not he's a good person. And I'm willing to trust you when you say that he is. Now, as for my opinion of you, Katya, I think despite how hard I try to treat you as an adult, you are still a child.
You see her bristle physically as you say this.
You do not know much about the world, even though you have been through more than most people your age. Even though you are certainly wiser than most people your age, you still have a lot to learn. You blame yourself for things that aren't your fault. You do things that hurt you simply because you feel like you deserve it. You have become so deluded that I don't think you can even tell whether or not things really are your fault, whether or not you really are a monster or not. I don't think you're a monster, Katya. I just think you're a child. All I've been trying to do is teach you what I learned growing up, so that you would not have to go through what I went through, so that you would not have to make the same mistakes that most of us do. You're no monster, Katya, and you do not deserve to be treated like one.
Then tell me what happened to my mom and dad.
Soma kneels down in front of Katya. Ridwin was right. You are no monster. Though, I don't believe you're a child, either. I believe that you have lots of potential. You are strong. You are independent, compassionate, stubborn, and one day a leader. I don't do what I do to shelter you. I do what I do to protect you, not from yourself, but from the influence of myself and others. I've realized my mistakes. I acknowledge my mistakes, and I know that consequences are coming, and one day I likely won't be here. So I choose to take on your burdens so you can be stronger, to hold on to that darkness, that looming shadow behind you. Your parents. I still don't think I have the courage to tell you everything. But I will tell you. But you are no child.
Flipspace rupture detected.
I'm literally about to cry, and then fucking Solon has weird ass sounds coming through his mic
Thank
in the
you.
background.
Phase rupture detected.
I love being on call.
What are you on call as, a fucking superhero? Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
No more excuses, Uncle Somi. Look me in the eye and tell me the truth. Are my parents dead?
You should
You
sit
should-
down. What was that all?
I was gonna say you should tell her, because I know. So
He knows.
Sit down.
No. She takes a step back from you. Just tell me. Quit stalling.
Douglas is okay. I spoke to him when we came here briefly. But I was hoping it wouldn't come to this. Your mother, she died protecting you.
Katya doesn't move. It doesn't seem that she's even breathing anymore. And her hands begin to shake. You
Hmm.
knew? You didn't tell me. You let me keep walking and talking and fighting like everything was fine. And now we're in this goddamned tree, and you tell me that Mom's not okay?
I kept it from you because it's what she would have wanted.
You don't know what she would have wanted. I should have been there. I could have stopped this.
You were there.
And you took me away somehow. That's the only explanation, because you're here and I'm here and they're not. I was gonna do something.
No one could have stopped it, Katya. Trust me, I tried. We all tried. We did our best. Douglas did his best, your father. But we had to make a difficult decision. We had to make sure as many people lived as possible. And even if we could have saved her, it wouldn't have been for long. Trust me, I would have done everything in my power to make sure she would live.
You can see it in her eyes, the block on her memory is beginning to slip. She has a look of mixed emotions, that she's trying to remember, that she's seeing something in front of her. She begins to tremble. She staggers backward. She moves a hand to her chest, pulling the edge of her shirt sleeve down, and you can still see the marks from Eliza's fingertips, where the black blood drained from Katya's body up into her own. You can still see the individual points where her fingers pulled it from her.
You can't blame me for wanting to protect you. If I could, I would have forgotten. but I can't. But you are stronger than me. I know. I know you can keep pushing forward for her.
Katya staggers backward again. She hits the wall. She stumbles. Her breathing picks up. Gets worse and worse. You can see the edges of her eyes beginning to darken. She looks at you.
Katya?
She looks at the rest of the people around her, and she starts to stagger backward away from all of you into the tunnel.
Katya, wait.
It's my fault. It's my fault. It's my fault.
Katya,
not your-
how could you have known what the consequences of your actions would be?
She took it from me.
It was not your fault.
She
You
took
didn't-
it from me. I caused this.
You did not make any of those choices, Katya.
It was me.
You hear her start to giggle. It's a strange, throaty, childish sound.
Telling you, Katya, now it was my fault. I did this.
Katya?
None of those lives would have been lost if it wasn't for me, not you.
Katya, am I a terrible person?
What is a terrible person? I don't know anymore. I don't know. I don't know what judges that. Is there a point system? Is there a check and balance? I don't know. it's it's pointless. Maybe we're all just terrible people.
Everyone has good in them. Just up to you to realize that potential.
Katya?
For just a split second, she looks at you as you say her name.
I need to know the answer.
I don't know. There's a crazed, insane look in her eyes. You can see tears slipping, and they're dark.
Katya, you can make a choice here. You don't get to choose who sacrifices themselves for you, but you can choose whether or not to make it count. I didn't ask my mother to do what she did to protect Lunala and I. But I choose to honor her wishes. If you care for your mother, then you will honor hers.
For just a moment, you see an emotion crack through the twisted look in her eyes. The tears, they get worse. A steady stream. She looks at you, and she looks just the way she did the first time you saw her, like a scared little girl. Pridwin, I'm scared.
Be brave, Katya.
And then, without warning, there's a rumble. The same deep, throaty crack. And then the walls on either side of her move, except they aren't walls anymore, they're tendrils. They lash out like arms, coiling around her, picking her up in their grasp. It's like the hallway is moving, like it's getting longer, but it's getting shorter at the same time. You feel a sense of vertigo as the room around you changes without you seeing it. And suddenly, you're all on a vast, flat expanse of this twisted, gnarled root. You glance at each other and try and catch your balance and your bearings as you're all huddled together, and in front of you, you can see Katya in the coils, in the tendrils of this decaying wood, and behind her, hovering in the darkness, is a pulsing, purplish red mass of roots and what looks to be some sort of bulb. And inside of that, you can only see bits and pieces, but there appears to be a body with this brownish gray fur. I need all of you to roll initiative.
Shit. Not fucking 20.
Oh, let's go.
One.
Oh, damn, Paige got a nat one.
There's two sides of the coin here. There's 20 and then there's 1.
Is Vigilance still active? That remain active through all this?
Vigilance is active, yes.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Okay,
Are all my shot effects active?
Yes.
Good lord.
Yeah, there was a lot. There was a lot of them. Sorry, I'm doing the maths here.
This is gonna be interesting.
Okay, sort. Okay,
So,
sorry about that.
who are you fighting, or what?
Brian, it is your turn first. And what a great question that you find yourself asking.
What was the question? I didn't hear it. Sorry.
Who
I was like,
are you fighting?
Oh.
or what? I'm gonna punch a tree.
It is
think it's
your
Artem.
move.
I'm thinking.
What would you like to do?
I'm gonna use whirlwind step just to see. Or is there any way I can teleport up and get like a vantage point?
There's not really anything for you to stand on. It's just all very flat around you right now. It's almost like the tree has formed a sort of arena.
Okay, how fun. I'm going to use assist on myself and use Winter's Grasp.
Okay.
Actually, wait, no, I'm gonna use Mist.
Okay, remember what that does again.
All characters within the
zones.
mist must make a 15% check or be at disadvantage on rolls to hit.
I'm gonna
All
ask you, because you are a new player, are you sure you want to do that?
Nope, never mind. When they say that's never good. Fine. Okay, I'm gonna use Winter's Grasp.
Just a tip from a word of the wise: read the wording. It'll tell you what it affects.
Uh,
So,
If it doesn't
Not
specify
medicated.
enemies, it's everything.
Okay, then I'll use Indra's Ire to boost powers of electrical moves on myself.
So you're doing it on yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, so make sure you write down. Anytime you use an electric-based move, your damage will be multiplied by 2.
fancy.
I won't be able to keep track of everything for you, so. Pridwin, you're in a
I
room.
wonder what he's gonna do.
I also wonder what he's gonna do.
I'm
Just,
debating. I'm trying to decide because I think I'm gonna use a buffing move. The question is, do I buff the party or do I buff Pridwin? Am I allowed to discuss tactics with the party?
I mean, it doesn't appear you're under attack right now, does it?
Fair enough.
So, Pridwin, you know what you said back in the no lies room? Unstable and all that? Well, Pidge pulls out the biggest bomb you've ever seen.
Age?
Ah.
Please, just remember, there are people who care about you in this room.
Liam
I'm just
chimes
needed
in.
to be clear.
There are also people who don't want to die in this room.
And those two things overlap, so please just make sure that you check before. Make sure that you measure twice before you cut. And if the measurement lines up, then cut. Okay, so I think... Yeah, I think Pridwin's going to activate Catalyst for the first time.
Cool.
So... Pridwin takes Lunala's hand. And he is going to begin glowing, this very bright, vibrant glow. And oh, that's a 1. Jupiter's Wrath. So, Pridwin's luminance goes from blue to orange to red. And he begins arcing with violent electricity. And I'm pretty sure that's the end of his turn, as he now does 4 times damage.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
4 times electric damage, specifically.
On your
now,
next
imagine
hit,
if
correct.
I put Indra's Ire on that.
Hold on, I'm needing to answer a question real quick, but Soma, you will be next.
Okay.
And that's Pridwin's turn.
Soma, it's gonna be your turn.
Silently, with Sadie presumably next to him. He doesn't say a word. He grips Sadie's wrist and holds it up, looking to her with this undiscernible emotion, and transforms into his weapon form.
You can see it through the holes in the mask that she wears. There's a look of realization and then anger and then resolve as she grips the handle of your blade. Pridwin, you're next to them and you can feel a change in her. It's hard to explain, but something is different now.
Hmm. All right. He's going to use. Can I do that? Oh, I can. I think. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. He's going to use Hellborn Ember, which is the upgraded of Ember. So I'll roll.
Okay.
I'll roll the.
Yeah, go ahead and roll your damage and your d6.
That is 38 extra damage, and the d6 is. I got max, okay, 6 turns. And then this would be 40, okay. Alright, and that's his turn. He erupts in flames.
You've never felt this kind of heat coming off of him before, Pridwin. There's a bluish fire that's surrounding Sadie. Solon. It's your move.
I'm gonna activate triple. No. Yeah, I'll just do triple combo.
Okay.
And then that's the turn, I guess.
Alright. Make sure you all are keeping track of what your moves do.
Mhm.
Pidge.
He's going to spend the turn doing a bunch of math and planning something.
Y'all see Pidge doing that weird gif where there's like numbers floating around her face.
She is intent on setting this thing off, but she needs to figure out how to create cover.
Uh-huh.
So yeah.
Okay. Brian.
I'm going to use. Do we still not know who we're fighting?
Great question.
If I roll an insight check or a like,
I mean, we've got a
Look
freaky
around.
bear corpse floating in the background.
oh well, I'm going to shoot that. Hold on. I'm gonna use Thunder Wave on that. The freaky bear corpse that's floating. For some reason.
Okay.
Okay. Oh wait, where's the Bear King?
Great question.
Is that? Can I roll a perception check to see if that is the Bear King?
Yes. Go ahead and roll.
Oh no. What about a nat 20?
You peer past Katya's struggling figure at the corpse floating in the bulb of the tree. It's large. It is a very large bear with grayish brown fur. You see the body is sprawled out on its side, and there appears to be tendrils connecting the body to the bulb. And every once in a while they pulse. You think for just a moment in one of the tears, one of the wounds of this body, that you see a glint of something shiny, like metal.
So instead of using, how far away is it?
So, where you all are standing is sort of towards the back of this arena. Think of it like a D. You guys are standing in the curve of the D. Katya is about, I would say, 600 feet in front of you. And behind her is the bulb with the corpse against the flat part of the D.
That does not tell me crap. Not what you said. No, I'm looking at my skills. Shit. I'm gonna use Haboob to conjure a dust storm. Single target. And I'm gonna cast it around. Can I cast it on Katya so it's behind her, and then I can just, you know, story about me getting fucking murdered.
What do you mean?
Okay, so my idea, right? If you get the metal fragment, and maybe the whole thing just stops. Not everyone being pissed at each other, no, but the world stops being weird. Like, there's no weird D arena that we're now in, and we're just back in a tree.
So, you're essentially thinking that you can use that to move the metal piece somehow?
No, I'm thinking, since everyone... Hello? One. Cool.
Hello?
Okay. Anyways. Since no one knows what we're fighting, I'm assuming we might be fighting each other. So I'm thinking about trying to sneak past people and get to the thing. Get to the middle.
Okay. And you're wanting to hold on. I'm just reading your
Yeah.
moves real quick. Gotta find it. There we go. Okay. So you're wanting to get the disadvantage on her?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that. Okay, that's my turn.
Okay, roll me a d6.
Oh shit. 3.
Okay.
Good night. Sorry, there's my parents.
So, you guys are watching. Brian does, or rather, Amani using Brian does something strange, and all of a sudden, a massive dust storm swirls up behind and around Katya. You can hear her panicked breathing intensifies, and then intermittent coughing begins. It is difficult for any of you to see Katya, much less the bulb behind, other than the pulsing glow. Pridwin.
Mm-hmm. Is it my turn?
Mm-hmm.
So, can I still see the bear?
It is very difficult with the dust storm that has swirled up. Again, you can see the pulsing glow, but
Will I suffer from a penalty to hit it?
you would have to get to it first.
I mean, I could use a ranged attack on it?
That is true.
I'm just asking if I can still clearly see my target, because I could just attack the glow. Or if I would suffer some sort of penalty to hit.
I mean, it's rough because I want to say that you can't see the bear really.
But if there's a glowing orb piercing through the storm... I mean, I could, roll perception, maybe?
Yeah. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
19.
Okay, I would say you it would even out the disadvantage, so it would just be a roll to hit.
Alright. Then I am going to use... Because Pridwin is very upset right now. Pridwin... Well, Lunala carrying Pridwin steps forward. And Pridwin says, "You turn us against each other, twist our words, divide us, and toy around with us. And now you steal my friend." All the while, the shield is crackling with this red lightning. And he is going to use Effervescent Lantern.
Uh-huh.
I need to see if he's going to use Big Boy Effervescent Lantern. If he can.
I mean, that's assuming that you get a...
Yeah, that is assuming that I get a damage, but I don't really have any other damaging electric moves. So I'm gonna have to gamble here.
I mean, to be fair,
Mm-hmm.
it's a 50-50 chance. I mean, technically, voltaics another electric.
I mean, yeah, but quadruple voltaic damage isn't as insane as quadruple
Yeah, you're right.
master level.
You're right.
Let's see, let me look at my totals. So. Oh, holy shit.
Oh god.
I think I can use it. $20 con, 20 dex. $26 strength. Int. Yep. Yeah, I can. Do I want to spend 25 points on a 50-50 chance?
That is the question. Especially when you don't know what you're fighting.
True. Fuck, do I hold off? Soma. Fridwin's going to ask, do I do it?
Oh, you're asking Soma. He. Oh, hold on. So you're aiming for Katya's direction?
The glowing orb with the bear. So he's positioned himself so that Katya's not in the line of fire. Essentially, what he's gonna do is fire a fucking beam directly into the bear corpse.
He doesn't seem to be looking in your direction, but he says, "Do what you want."
Soma, we need to be a team if we want her to survive.
Then do it.
Alright. Fridwin's gonna do it. Let's see. Oh shit. That's 2. It's damage time. Let's see. 3 beams. Each beam. Oh, right, I gotta roll the hit for each beam. So that's an 18 to hit. 17 to hit. Natural fucking 20.
Oh, fuck.
So before I roll damage, you want to tell me how many of those hit?
All of them.
Mm.
What you're trying to hit isn't dodging.
Mm.
That was strange.
Hmm.
Was it
may
coming
be
through
the
her
worst.
mic? It was coming through his.
Oh?
Yeah, I couldn't hear her at all.
Oh, I think, Kira, I think you might be muted.
Whoops.
Good job. Okay, 19, 11, 16. So that is going to be plus 11 plus 16. So that's 46 each. And then one of them's doing double damage. So that's 92. 184. quadruple damage, 736 damage.
There is
Oh my god.
brilliant,
You know,
agonizing light.
so you know Godzilla, right?
Oh, I have an ability based off Godzilla.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fucking two people. Yeah, we shoot massive laser beams. What does Solon do? I make them bleed to death.
Giant laser beam or slow death.
Pridwin's shield begins crackling with electricity like a fucking Tesla coil. The lightning striking all around him as the shield begins to glow even more furiously with this red until it just blasts out, seemingly in the blink of an eye, this solid red beam with a white core.
God damn.
That's cool. Now imagine getting hit by that. That would be unfortunate.
There is that deep cracking. But it's worse. It's so loud, and there's so many pieces and sounds of it. The cracking intensifies louder and louder. You can feel it in your core, like when you're standing next to a sub and the bass is reverberating to the point that it hurts. The light burns your eyes as you try to watch, and you hear a scream. A strange, almost insect-like buzz of a scream. And somewhere intermingled with it, you hear Katya screaming as well. It seems to last forever. And when it stops, there's a smoke in the room. You cough. You wave your hand in front of your face, trying to clear it. And as you do, Soma, you see a dark form moving toward you. I need you to make a dodge for Sadie.
That's a 16.
It's not enough. Sadie sees this form a half second before you do. She tries to surge backwards, and there's an immediate impact as something slams into her side, almost like a tennis racket catching a ball and throwing it back, and she is hurled off balance. Her body slams into the wall nearby. There's a loud crack as your weapon form impacts the wall beside her. She slips to the ground, dazed. Solon.
Yes.
You see a dark shape coming out of the smoke around you, moving towards you. Dodge.
Four.
You get hit with the same feeling, a brunt force. It's like you're being slammed into by a football player.
Never mind. I had advantage on dodging, but we're already through it.
Did you want to roll your advantage?
I would like to.
Go ahead.
I don't think it mattered because I just doubled what I got before.
Oh.
It did not. You also are hit with the force like a football player slamming into you full bore. You're thrown to the ground. Your shoulders rake against the root system. You go skidding, pain shoots down your back. Brian, roll to dodge. Pidge also, and Pridwin.
Alright.
That's the wrong dice. That's my D12. Whoopsies. I got a 12 on my D20. This makes sense.
15?
Brian, what was yours?
12.
Oh, none of you passed.
How
Oh.
high do we have to roll to pass?
I rolled for each of you. Each of you did not pass.
What the fuck?
All of you are impacted by something. With rib-crushing strength. And all of you are thrown to the side. As you hit the ground, you look around, you hear the grunts of surprise and pain from your party members around you. As you try and push yourselves to your feet, you can see tendrils of this decaying bark. They're pulsing with this reddish purple glow to them beneath the cracks. They're swaying back and forth ominously. In an aggressive position, you can tell that they are what have hit you. All of you that were thrown, all of the Meisters are going to be taking... Oh my fucking god. 54 points of damage.
Oh.
I can't take that damage for... Wait. Hang on, so can Pridwin take the damage, or does Lidala have to take it?
The attack was specifically directed at the Meisters.
Yeah, but we can still block, right?
I will allow you to take it because you were a shield.
Yippee!
For everybody else, your Meisters are taking that.
You said 54, right?
Yes, 5-4.
Damn.
You also notice something. You don't hear anything from the other side of the room anymore except a low, ominous hum coming from the direction of the bulb.
Real quick, you never told much how much damage I took.
5-4. Anybody that got hit by the thing.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. That you rolled separately for everyone.
I did not. I rolled separately for hits. Y'all took the
Okay.
same damage, though. Now that the tendrils have emerged, you all have gotten back to your feet. What would you guys like to do?
Redwin, wouldn't it have been a better idea to get Katya out first?
I asked Soma what I should do, and I followed his order.
I mean, I thought I made it pretty clear that I was going to drop a bomb. A big one. Like, clearing the area would have been a good first goal.
We can clear it, and then you can drop the bomb.
So much for stealthing over there and grabbing the metal fragment.
You could have
Well, at least we have-
offered a plan before we went through with mine.
Here we go again, Minerva says under her breath, arguing in the middle of a combat zone.
Oh, shut up. Jesus, fuck, I don't see you offering any bright ideas.
I mean, I'm
If you
about
had
to blow
some,
this whole place
share
up.
with the group. Also, Pidge, Pridwin just shot a giant laser at the thing. What, and that kind of fired back in her faces. wouldn't that do the same with the bomb? Except bomb.
Hmm. No comment. Coughs up blood, like half HP. And damage.
I'm giving you a chance to discuss this before I put initiative back in order.
So what do you think should be the plan then? Because if we can't attack it, then
I'm going to do everything that I can to keep everyone standing. I don't know if Katya's still losing it or if
Smoke
she's
still covering the area.
The smoke has settled. The sandstorm is still blocking most of your view of the other half of your arena.
Can we
So
see?
we can't see
Katya?
her.
You cannot see Katya. You can only see the ominous glow.
There's not much time left to save her. What we need to do is distract her and restrain her. Then maybe we have a 1 in a million chance.
I could probably try talking to her, but then I would not be able to help out here.
What do you mean, like going into her inner room? Pridwin, if you do that, you can't heal anyone.
But when you
know.
stay on the outside, I'll go in. I have a plan. But we need to get her where we can see her.
You need to promise me that whatever you do, it isn't going to be stupid.
1 in a million chance, right?
I'm going to trust you one last time, so.
We don't need trust, we need action. Now get into your positions. Pridwin, you keep everyone alive. Me and Solon, we will handle the distraction. Brian, what are you best at?
being a sledgehammer instead of a scalpel.
Alright. You'll join us then. Pidge, you set up
I'm
your
gonna stay
bomb.
back. Yeah, I'm gonna stay back here and prepare.
Prepare. Anyone else would like to join a specific team? Somebody can defend Pridwin, keep him alive while he keeps everyone else alive.
That's me, Minerva says, stepping up.
Good. Get into position. She might attack at any moment.
Don't count me out. You hear a voice from behind you.
I wouldn't dare.
There's a cough. A wet, awful cough. Leaning against a hole that's been torn through the vine entanglement of this wall behind you. You see the cub.
Ask you to join in.
That's where he is.
Black, purplish, veiny substance has made its way up his jaw, moving towards his eyes. You see him shift his hand quickly to the side as if to clean it, to clear it, and you see flecks of red thrown to the ground.
Alright. Join whichever team you need. Whatever you think you best fit.
Okay.
Everyone position yourselves. We need a vanguard on Pridwin. Me, Solon, and Brian will be the distraction. Pridwin, you keep us alive, and if we get our opportunity, we will restrain her.
Very well.
We'll go in. Let's get to action.
Top of the order, Brian. It's your move.
Okay, since I'm assuming we're going non-lethal, where am I in, like, compared to where Kati is? Like, how far away?
Hold on a second. I would say from where you are currently, you're about 400 feet away from Katya.
Okay, I'm gonna use, where is it? Where's what I'm looking for? I'm gonna use Thunder Wave on her. There goes my phone. I'm gonna use Thunder Wave. Since I have one turn left of Interdesire.
Are you using it on her?
Yes, since we're trying to distract her.
How much
Okay.
feet of movement do we have? This is just the typical 30.
You have 60.
60? Okay.
Yeah, you guys have 60 feet per turn right now. Okay, so you're doing... Sorry, I'm having to do math. Go ahead and make your roll to hit.
Yep.
You're gonna hit, unless you
16.
just fuck this up. She rolled a 4, so...
Oh wait, that's not times the double damage. Oh, hold on. $32.
To hit?
Oh, to hit. Oh, sorry, hi. No, I rolled 2d12 for damage.
Ah.
It's gonna be a long night. Okay, so 5 for one of them. 5 for another, so just 20 damage.
To cat. Okay. So I gotta add her to the rotation now too. Bird one. You're up.
Pidges.
You see this electric burst. It's not as bright as yours, and it's a completely different color. But it impacts something in that sandstorm. But you don't hear anything but the kind of zap and thud.
Mhm. So, Pidge is the only one injured, or the only one substantially injured at the moment, right?
I don't know. I wasn't keeping track of you guys' HP.
How fucked up does Pidge look?
Pitch, how fucked up are you?
Coughing up blood.
Yeah, okay. Then Pridwin is going to... Trying to remember what his best healing... His best budget healing ability was.
Budget healing?
I'm trying to stretch my healing out as much as possible because he does not have a lot of energy left. Okay, he's going to give you... He's just going to give you a healing water, so you regain 20 HP.
Okay. That makes it this guy's turn. And he is going to go for Soma. Soma, I need you to roll dodge.
Alright. Wait, he?
Well, Sadie.
Ah, fuck.
You, the collective you.
15?
Okay. You guys are starting forward when all of a sudden there is a resounding thud. You feel Sadie jolt to the side as she just barely misses being smacked by one of these tendrils.
Ooh.
It crashes down and the ground quakes beneath you as it does. It is now your turn.
I will. Is there a body to these vines, or?
The vines just seem to connect to the ground.
He is going to, still waiting for an opportunity for Katya. He's going to take a slash at one of these vines, or
Okay.
how many he can. So, I'm gonna roll a hit. That is a 9.
Oh, you're gonna hit.
All right.
It rolled a 3.
Damn. All right. That is. Ooh, max damage for the d20, and then that plus 38. That is 58 points of damage when he slashes the vine.
Okay, you slash through and you actually cleave like a third of the way into this vine, and there's this almost pus-like substance, this purplish red color that spills out over your blade. It doesn't feel pleasant.
Mm-hmm.
It almost feels corrosive to you. And for some reason, you find yourself wanting to giggle with this maniacal burst that rushes through you. And then it's gone. Solon.
Yes.
It's your move.
Yay. I want to move towards her. Make my way through the sandstorm.
So you're also about 400 feet away. And you got 60 feet per turn.
Okay. How close am I to Soma?
Very.
Okay, I want to try and like move a little bit more flank, like around the side of her instead of closer to Soma. That makes sense. So instead of like straight towards her or like following Soma, I'm gonna go more to the left or the right, wherever I am.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. You also keep in mind that there are tendrils around you. One of them, you just watched it almost beat Soma's ass.
Okay. Am I going to be close to one?
You are close to the one that Soma is by. There is a second tendril close to Pridwin, and a third tendril close to Pidge.
Okay. If I move towards the one that's close to Soma, can I attack it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll attack it. I'll just basic attack, so I got 3.
Roll to hit?
Roll to hit. I have to roll 3 times, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's an 8. That's a 19. And that is a 17.
So no, yes. So you're gonna get 2 of those.
Okay. Roll for damage. 3, 5, 14 plus strength, right? Or whatever, strength of dex. So that would be plus 20, 34 plus, I think the other one was 3 plus 23, 57 points.
Okay. You strike this thing from the opposite side of Soma, and you cleave into it with 2 solid hits. This thing is barely holding itself together now, but it is still standing. Liam. Let's see. It's Liam and Minerva's turn. They're not gonna do anything. They are holding their action. Which makes it this guy's turn. Pidge. It is gonna go for you.
Oh boy.
Roll to dodge.
18.
Okay, you're gonna dodge. You wary after being hit once and getting fucked up. You want nothing to do with these tendrils, so you are already making your way as quickly as possible away from this thing. So when it slaps down after you, it entirely misses. Pridwin. There is a tendril writhing in front of Lunala. Roll to dodge.
Alright. Let's see. That's a 16.
Okay. This tendril also swings for you, but Lunala is too wary. She gets out of the way before it can make contact. Pidge. What's your move?
If I had tendril that just attacked me, I'm gonna fire at it.
Okay. Hold up.
Oof. 4.
Okay. You, in your condition, you're finding it hard to focus enough to look through the scope. Everything seems to be swaying every time you try to, and you can't hit it. The cub is braced behind you, behind Lunala, keeping an eye on the tendrils, making sure they don't get too close to you. Brian.
Okay, so are there any tentacles around me or something or anything?
So the closest one to you, I would say, is the one by Soma, that the other two are currently beating the shit out of.
Hey. I'm gonna ask. How? No, we're still like 400 feet away. I'm assuming if I use Blessing of the Storm, I'm not gonna be able to fly the 400 feet, am I? It says short distance.
Yeah, it's short distances.
Yeah. Well, nuts. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to beat the shit out of the tentacle also.
Okay.
The poor fucking thing. Okay, well, that's not cool. It doesn't tell me how much. I'm just gonna solar ray it.
Okay. Roll to hit.
5.
Barely enough.
Yeah. Yeah. 1d12 fire. Seven, 9, 8 for damage.
7, 9, and 8.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's what happens. The tendril bursts into flame and flops onto the ground, writhing around until it stops moving. Pridwin.
Pridwin is going to. Actually. Do we need more distractions?
We could use something like that.
Pridwin's shield is going to begin pouring water. And he's going to activate. Well, since he's done this. Coral Construct.
Oh boy. I'll see what you get.
Let's see who it's gonna be this time.
Behind door number 1.
Let's see. D6. Whoop.
Bachelorette number 1.
Oh. Oh.
Who is it?
Oh.
It's Dante.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Who's Dante?
Who else but Dante?
Ah.
Oh, do you want me to send the picture of Dante in?
Feel free to post it in the face claims.
So, this pool of water pours from Pridwin's shield, and the water begins to swirl and churn, and suddenly this bony coral hand pulls itself out from the whirlpool, followed very quickly by the rest of this creature, who resembles a knight. God, where is... there it is. And pulling from the water, he comes up pulling from the water a large executioner sword and turns slowly towards the tendril.
The tendril comically slowly turns toward Dante. I must now add Dante to the turn order. Hold on. It's gonna be Dante's turn. Dante always goes after you, so he'll also have an 18.
Dante, let me just make sure that I've got a health.
Yeah, let me know how much health
Health
he has.
thing.
I'm gonna put it on the turn order.
Yeah, he has 200 hit points.
200?
Yeah.
Okay, it's his turn.
And he is going to do... Let's see. So Dante... He is going to use his ability off with their heads.
Okay.
13?
Well, he rolled a 10, so... Rip him!
And they are going to take, 12 points of damage. And if it has 12 more hit points or less, it will instantly die.
Nah, it has more hit points than that.
I had a feeling.
Unfortunately, yeah, so just 12 hit points to him. Okay. And that puts it at Soma.
Alright. What's going on around him in this general vicinity?
Well, Brian just burned the tendril that tried to beat your ass to death. And,
Okay.
Brian, Amani, and Solon and Xavier are right beside you. Currently, there's a coral construct of Dante, who doesn't like you, fighting a tentacle in the background near Pridwin. There's also a tentacle trying to beat Pidge's ass. That she is also fighting. And there's a giant sandstorm on the opposite end of the arena where question mark Bulb and Katya are.
Okay. What I'm gonna do...
Fireball.
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 Okay, I have a plan. So... I want to attempt... if I have to dispel my Hellbourne Ember, I will. I want to attempt to create an ice sculpture
Okay.
of specifically Eliza.
Oh, fuck.
You're just gonna traumatize this poor kid even more than she already has been.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of you see Soma focusing, or Sadie really focusing for a moment, the eyes in Soma's blade focusing as well, and then a burst of I'm gonna reference Frozen because it's a decent example of how her ice moves. That's what comes out of the blade. And then it swirls and begins to form this image, and suddenly it looks like a person standing before you. The only difference is that it's tinged with ice, but it looks so lifelike. And most of you, a good portion of you, have seen this person before. It's Eliza. Solon.
And
Unless you want to
I
continue.
am here.
oh no, it's okay. That's my turn.
Okay.
That tentacle's still there. I'm gonna finish off that tentacle with basics.
Okay. Go ahead. Roll. Get your 3 rolls.
8, 12, and 2.
Match. Hit. Don't hit.
What does the match
so
do?
You'll get 2 hits.
Okay. Let's see. That's a 16, so that's 36. And 22. 36 plus 22.
36 and 22.
48.
So, hold on. I'm just now realizing you were fighting the tendril that died.
Oh, I will.
That's the one that
use my
burned to death.
48 points of damage.
Yeah, I'll let you hit another tentacle. You're close enough.
Okay. Then
So
I'll
you can
just
either hit the
yeet
one
what-
fighting Pidge, or you can hit the one fighting Dante.
I'll hit the one on pitch.
Alright, so that's this one, and how much damage did you do?
48 total.
48. Okay. I'm bringing it to... Hold on a second. Let's see, they're just gonna do a basic attack. So, let me, hold on, do math for 2 separate people. Okay, they're gonna hit. Let me roll. Oh. Oh! Okay. That's the thing. Plus, I gotta do math, hold on. They rolled a nat 20. Okay, so you know that the tentacle that Dante's fighting?
Correct.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a tentacle anymore.
Oh?
Oh.
Minerva comes flying in from the side, and with just the most precision strike, slices, she bisects it completely down the center. The 2
Nuts.
pieces flop on either side and flop around Dante's feet. He looks unamused.
That's my sister.
And that means it's this one's turn. It's gonna take a swing for Solon.
Yippee.
Oh no.
Oh no.
And it's gonna hit Solon unless he does some magic.
Let me magic this. 14.
Yeah, you want me to hit.
Okay.
He rolled a nat 20. Let's see. How much damage are you going to take?
Depending on how much damage this is, this might trigger it.
Oh, good! Because you're taking 66 damage.
That'll hit me at 100.
Oh boy.
I don't think that's low enough.
I don't...
We're close. We're not
either.
there yet.
He had us in the first half, not gonna lie. Let's see. Pidge based on where everybody is, she is just going to take a shot at the tendril. Let's see if she hits. Oh my god, she rolled a nat 22. Who put me in charge of these dice? Fucking
You did.
Jesus. I'm not using Soma's dice
this
anymore.
This is your decision. You've done this.
This is the third nat 20 Soma's dice have rolled in a row. I'm putting them away. Fucking putting them away. Okay,
Yeah.
Putting them in
she's gonna roll
timeout.
6 plus 15.
Yep, that's what I get for using Herb's dice. I decided to take them out of retirement. They were nice to me earlier. Now they're being mean.
102. 21.
Back to my Lotus dice. Yes, how are you gonna roll a 20 and a 19 in a row? I'm sorry.
Okay. Let's see. The cub looks at you guys and then glances in the direction of that ominous glow. And then he takes off towards it. Brian, it's your turn.
So I'm gonna look over at Soma and ask, okay, so what's the plan from here? Are we just trying to get over to Katya?
We need to generate a moment of weakness in her so I can restrain her and enter her mindscape. Are you capable of anything that could provide a lure, a distraction to get her over here, so she can see the statue I just created?
Quick question, Brian. Did we ever determine how long your sandstorm lasts?
Oh yeah, no, that's over. It lasted for 3 turns.
For 3. Okay, so it ends like this turn.
Ends this turn, yeah.
And then, yeah.
This is turn 3 for him.
Okay, so it would be gone now. So
Yeah.
So you coming around being your turn. You guys watch as the sand particles drift away almost in the breeze, and you see the tendril mass where Katya was. The tendrils have been ripped from their holds in the sides of the wall, along with several more that are now laying on the ground in pieces, dripping that strange purplish red, sickly liquid.
I'm gonna turn back to Soma. Okay, so I don't have anything that could lure her over here, but what if I just shit-talked her? And she got pissed off and tried to fight me. She would have to come over here for that.
Well, that depends on if she's fully in control of her Black Blood Demon. Try speaking to her. Since she doesn't know you, she'll probably have some shit to talk, but if she's
Oh, I already know she doesn't like me. I don't like her either, but here we are.
Yeah, well, Katya doesn't like you, but we're talking about the Black Blood Demon inside of her. We'll get to the specifics later. Try speaking to her. If she gives you a sort of very passive-aggressive comment, then it probably isn't her. If she gives you a very aggressive comment, that is her.
A very aggressive comment, her. Passive aggressive, not her. I'm gonna turn back to the massive tentacles and Katya and be like, so how's it going?
So you don't see Katya anywhere. You just see the tentacles laying on the ground in pieces.
Katya, I don't know where you are, but, you a bit Soma, what the fuck do I say? I'm not good at this shit. I'm good at punching
Just
things.
threaten her or something, I don't know.
Katya, you're a pussy.
Oh my god.
You're a little bitch.
You
Come out here
hear
and fight me, you coward.
you hear a low, resounding growl that echoes through the arena.
Shit, I think I did something right.
I don't think riling her up is conducive to anything.
I'm trying to lure her over here so she sees the statue. I'd say to Bradwin. I think I'm gonna get murdered. But I'm gonna... Can I teleport this... Okay, how... Other idea... That's not my whole turn, is it?
No.
Okay.
You haven't really technically done anything.
How far can I have how far is a short distance if I used Blessing of the Storm?
To fly?
Yeah.
It's about, I would say, a little over your movement speed, so probably about 90 feet.
Yes, I'm gonna use Whirlwind Step then, because I can teleport. Couldn't I be able to teleport the statue closer?
I mean, assuming you know where Katya is.
I roll a perception check.
Go ahead and roll a perception check.
17.
You look around. You see the tendrils lying on the ground. You see the glowing orb with the carcass hidden within it. You see your teammates, several of them still in combat. And then, just when you think she's not in the room anymore, you hear a single solitary exhale from directly above you.
Ah, motherfucker. Okay, I'm gonna.
Well, on the bright side, it isn't full control of the Black Blood Demon yet.
And on the bad side, I'm gonna get my ass kicked, Soma.
Good luck.
Fuck you.
You slowly look upward and you see glowing. It's hard to describe. It's almost. It's weird to say that they're black and glowing, but it's more like a void, like a swirling, churning blackness that's discernible from the darkness of the roof of the arena.
You see this? You see this statue right here? I don't know who this is, but Soma seems to think you do. So look at the statue, please, for the love of God. Please have some effect so I don't get my ass absolutely beat.
The eyes are remaining on you.
Fuck. I'm gonna hide behind the statue. So she has to
Brian
look at it.
tries to make a move for the statue. Pridwin. It's your move.
Pridwin. So, is he aware that everybody's seen where Katya's gone?
No.
Okay, so he's probably just gonna keep on focusing at the problem at hand. So, the tentacle that was attacking him is gone now, right?
Yeah, that's the one that Minerva bisected.
Yeah. Is there another one nearby?
The only other tentacle is the one that Solon and Pitch are fighting.
Pridwin is gonna head over there and try and do a melee attack against it.
That tentacle is also barely holding itself together.
Yeah, might as well get it out of the way.
Alright.
I mean, is there any other very obvious threat in the room
I mean,
apart from the tentacle?
you have seen that the sandstorm has disappeared on the other end of the room.
Oh yeah, so what do I see on the other end of the room now? Apart from the...
Same thing I described to them. The tendrils that were holding Katya are torn to shreds and all over the floor. You can see the orb with the carcass in it, the bulb, and you see a very prominent lack of Katya.
Pridwin is first going to call out, Katya, if you're still here, please come to us. We could really use your help. Pridwin's...
Can Brian still speak?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try and get Pridwin's attention and just point up.
You see Brian frantically waving from behind a statue of a woman that looks very familiar to you.
Oh boy. Pridwin sees the statue, pauses for a moment.
You know who this statue is of.
Yeah, he met her once.
Uh-huh.
I sincerely do not think that's a good idea.
Just keep rolling with it.
We're all gonna have to deal with the consequences. Pridwin is then going to follow the pointing direction up and see the void and go, "Oh no."
Might have shit talked her a little too much.
Okay, new question. Do I try to get up there, or do I deal with the orb, or do I help you guys with the tentacle?
Deal with the orb for now.
Yeah, deal with the orb.
Alright, Pridwin's gonna run over to the bulb.
So you've got a couple turns before you can get to it, but you can start
Yeah.
running towards it.
Yeah, he's gonna start moving towards it.
So Lunala starts sprinting towards the orb. I will say, for the sake of my own sanity, if you use your entire turn to move towards it, I'll let you get about halfway there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can I take like a dash action?
I will let you get halfway there if you use your entire turn.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Great, okay, you're halfway there, remember that.
Whoa!
It's Dante's turn. What is Dante doing? Dante just turns and looks at you guys sprinting away from him and gives you a John Travolta shrug.
Dante yearns for combat, so he's going to turn his attention towards the tentacle.
Mm-hmm.
And he is going to go for an attack.
Go ahead.
That's an 18.
You go ahead.
And a 17 for damage.
Okay.
Does it have 17
No,
or less hit points?
It has more.
Damn.
I would have told you. But Dante currently has something to fight, so hooray. So much.
Yippee!
Yes.
Yippee!
You are standing near to Brian and the statue. You feel something dripping down onto you, onto your blade, and Sadie reaches up and wipes a bit of something off of her mask. It's a liquid. It's a black liquid.
He looks up.
You see the two churning void-like orbs above you. You see the figure shift a bit, and you catch a glimpse of what you think are fangs, sharp teeth.
Fun. So, from my experience with the Black Blood demons, they're usually a lot more conniving, so I think this is still mostly Katya.
Great.
He's going to distract her. He's going to... I want to launch an ice spike at her, but I'm going to intentionally miss.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you hurl an ice spike in the general direction, not intending to hit her. And you see the ice spike stops midair. And then
What the hell?
you can make out the hand that has caught the ice spike slowly close, claws crushing it until it shatters. Shards fall down around you and Sadie.
He's going to goad her into attacking him.
You hear another low, resounding growl. Solon, it's your turn.
I'm gonna attack that tentacle again.
Go for it.
That would be a 6.
Lucky for you, it rolled a 4 on the first one.
A 6, an 8, and a 16.
Okay, well, you only hit the first one.
Okay. It means we are going to do 32 points of damage.
Nice. This thing, like I said, is barely holding itself together. And and these two are moving with Pridwin and Lunala. Which makes it this thing's turn, Solon is going to take another swing at you.
Okay.
Well, I rolled a 2, so...
Yeah.
I'm assuming
rolled
it's
a 12.
not going to hit you. Okay.
Yeah, I rolled a 12. Good. Because that would have been bad for everybody.
Let's see. Pidge is going to try and hit this thing. I'm going to roll 2 separate. She is going to miss. And it's now the cub's turn. He stops. He's a little ways away from you, Brian. And he glances at the statue, and he glances toward you, Soma. This is someone important to her, right?
Right, you are.
And you want her to come down.
Yes.
Okay, then. Before you really realize what's happening, he moves with a rapidness that shouldn't be possible for him and slams into the statue. It cracks and an entire piece of it shatters off. There's the sound of, it's almost like a rush of air, a breeze rifling through a tunnel movement. And then there's a sharp exhale. Brian, you feel it. Like a ball that's gone flying just past your face. You can almost feel the kiss of it against the skin of your blade. Amani's hair, her dreads ruffle with the movement as it just barely moves millimeters away from her. And suddenly there's a figure standing between you and the cub. Soma, your eyes try to track the movement, and they fall on the bear as he looks down, and there is a hand protruding through his abdomen from behind.
Oh, fuck.
Dripping with blood.
Well, definitely got her to come down.
The hand turns inward and drags backwards, hooking into the cub's torso, gripping at his spine. There's a wet, ripping sound. Brian, from Amani's angle, you can see the small red-headed child, but there's this power radiating from her. It's a power you've only felt a few times before. This isn't a child. There's a witch in front of you. A soul so powerful you know you shouldn't be against it. You were told in your training that you're not strong enough to fight witches. That they would tear you apart. And now there's one a few inches away from you, ripping into the king. What do you want to do?
So... Ah, crap. So it is okay to attack her, right?
That's a decision only you can make.
Oh no, I'm gonna ask Soma. Oh, there's my alarm. Hi. Anyways, I'm gonna ask Soma. Can I hit her with a hurricane?
Well, anything that'll keep her down for a little while.
I think it might keep her down for a little bit.
Then go by all means. She'll heal from the black blood anyway, so it will be no permanent injury.
Oh, okay, that's nice to know. We're gonna go category 2 hurricane, which is armor piercing.
Roll to hit.
Nat 20.
Roll double damage.
For both, I rolled another d20.
Oh,
And then a 14. So is that both of my attack hits? Double damage?
So, yeah.
Or how does that work?
So hold on. What did you? So you rolled the 20 to hit,
Uh-huh.
and then you rolled
And
a
a
20 and a
20.
what?
A 20 and a 14.
So you're gonna do 54 points of damage.
Okay.
So you mustering the strength. Ah, fuck. That's not good. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's upsetting.
oh,
I just lost my entire turn order and HP tracker that I had.
oh, damn.
I'm gonna have to wing this shit. Okay. Will, you see, what happened was... hmm. So you go to attack her, and you cleave down into her. But your blade, it doesn't, it barely passes the skin. It's almost like you've been struck against a piece of metal. It reverberates within you. It doesn't feel right.
And that's an armor piercing hit, too. Oh, God.
Her head
Yeah.
slowly turns to look at you. You see the dark eyes. You see a rage within them. She slowly tears the hand out of the cub, allowing his body to fall to the ground in front of you. Does anybody remember who was next?
I think it was
My
Pridwin
turn
or
order
Solon.
is
Oh,
gone.
yeah, I'm pretty sure Pridwin's after Brian.
Frig.
Yeah, Pridwin,
uh,
Pig, Elma, Solon.
Brian,
Or the
Pridwin,
fifth
Dante, and then...
Elma, and then Solon Page.
So, I'm assuming Pridwin watches Brian stab a child?
Yes. But you also watched Katya tear the cub almost in half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pridwin's immediately going to turn around and start running towards Katya.
You feel... You tell Lunala to do this, and she doesn't.
Lunala, they're going to hurt her, and they're going to make things worse.
If we don't stop this, it's gonna continue to spiral out of control. You've never heard her sound more calm. We need to get the shard.
Fine.
You said you would trust Soma. Let him work.
Alright, Pridwin's going to dash again to try and reach the orb.
Using all of your focus and strength, Lunala dashes over there and you make it in front of the orb. What would you like to do?
Does it look damaged at all?
Yes. You can see cracks along the bulb. There's smoking segments of bark all around it. It appears that it has been severely damaged, but is still functioning.
Pridwin's going to extend his blade and tell Lunala to try and pry it open.
I'll try. You feel the blade section of your shield being wedged into one of the cracks, and it feels like metal that you're grinding against as she's trying to pry this segment open.
Come on, come on.
It's not going to give easily.
Trying to decide if Pridwin has any. I'm trying to figure out if Pridwin has anything we can do.
Well, you used your whole action at this point, so you'll have to wait another
Yeah.
turn to use an actual ability. What is? I'm assuming Dante wants to try and kill this tendril.
Oh yeah. Dante's gonna go for murder.
Go ahead.
Violence is always the option.
Violence is his favorite option. That's a natural 20.
So you're
Oh,
gonna
shit.
hit, obviously. You're gonna roll your double damage.
Oh my god. So 18 times 2, 36.
Yeah. So you're uprooting this thing.
Yeah. He just fucking like swings down with his fucking giant sword and cleaves this thing in half.
Yeah. So it's dead. Selma.
Uh-huh. Okay, what is Katya doing right now?
She just dropped a body to the ground and turned to look at Brian.
Okay. Okay. Let me think. Okay, so he's going to call out to just generally, not to anyone in particular, to say, somebody take his body off the battlefield and stabilize him. We need him for later. And he will then charge at Katya and so she's looking at Brian right now?
Her full focus is on Brian.
Okay. Let me look real quick. Ooh. He will. There's something I'm thinking about doing because I don't want to fail my chance to get into her mindscape.
Mm-hmm.
There's one thing I could do, but it's up to your discretion.
I'm listening.
He will attempt to use Idle Death Gamble.
I need to find that.
All the way at the bottom.
Excuse me while I scroll through 17 pages.
Yeah.
Where in the goddamn... Oh, there it is. Interesting. What exactly are you trying to do here?
So, my plan. So he kneels down, doing what he did before in the arena. Does a hand gesture, a like shadow puppet motion mimicking a bird, and he says, "Idle death gamble," and in which I am asking for basically the willpower to force myself into her mind, but I'm willing to sacrifice. How would you feel about a permanent minus 20 to his HP?
Hmm. Hold on, let me look at your numbers. Hmm. Interesting. Make it 30,
Okay.
and you've got yourself a deal.
All right. All right. And so as he does this hand motion, a swirling of violet colored, violet with black tinges of fire in a circle swarms around him. This is the first time he's used this ability. This is a special one. If you want, I'll let you describe
The
however
way
one feels.
the way I imagine this is that, I don't know, in my head, I kind of imagined there's this giant thing of dice that just tumbles in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
Except there's only 2 symbols on the die.
Mm-hmm.
There's a soul symbol, and there's a skull symbol.
Mm-hmm.
And it tumbles and it lands on the soul. And all of a sudden there's a ripping pain that moves through you. You feel like you're being drained.
I offer my life force as a sacrifice for this power. And all of them would also notice a strange sort of, I would say, like a wrong feeling coming from a glow on his chest.
Yeah, especially Brian, who's right next to you.
Mm-hmm.
There's a very... Not only does it feel bad because there's a witch right next to you, but there's something else. Everything in your body tells you that you are in danger, that you should not be here, that you are out of your element, of your league, that you are about to die. And you look over and you see the hood that covers Soma's head. Something is torn through the top of it. Soma, your horn has grown another inch.
Mm-hmm.
Blood seeps down your forehead and through your hair, gets into your eye from the horn. Your back itches as your wings extend a bit more than usual. Your tail seems heavier,
Mm-hmm.
and you feel weaker.
Mm-hmm.
But you have this strange feeling about you. Like you know what you have to do, and you know that you can do it.
He reaches his hand out, which I would say noticeably has sharp fingernails protruding from his gloves, and shoots out his chain at Katya. And he's going to try to force himself into her mind.
Katya lunges for Brian. And for just a second, Brian, you're convinced your life is flashing before your eyes. But her claws catch short a few inches from you as the chain coils around her. She writhes, being pulled backward towards Soma.
Ooh, I completely forgot. His Medusa blade replaces his chain with a snake. I'll flavor that.
Oh, you right. So yeah, it's not a chain. It's like a metallic snake that coils around her and bites into her collarbone. And she begins being pulled backwards towards Soma. You get the feeling that you were very lucky just now.
I'll flavor it as the snake is new.
stolen. Dante just murdered a tentacle in front of you. If Solon's alive.
Yeah, I just got back. I was brushing my teeth.
All right.
Yeah, I want to kill the fucking tentacle.
It's dead.
Oh, good. So there's just her and the orb left, right?
Yep. And the, you know, the body of the king.
And Soma's in her brain.
And Pridwin is currently struggling with the orb.
I will go help Pridwin.
So
If I can get there.
you get about halfway there with using your whole turn to dash.
Okie dokie.
Halfway there.
Pidge is also running with you, and as she does, you see her. She's manipulating some kind of package in her hands. You heard her say something about a bomb.
El Bamba.
Brian.
So, does Soma need help, or is everything as good as shit can get?
I mean,
I don't really know if there's much I'm gonna be able to do, but
that's for you to determine.
okay. So Soma's trying to basically reel Katya in with the snake chain, right?
Oh, and he's basically restraining her from murdering you.
Oh, okay. In the name of not getting any of the other guys murdered, I'm going to just like whirlwind dash away.
Okay.
Like by Soma.
So you dash behind Soma. Is there anything else? Oh, I mean, that's gonna take your turn, so.
Yeah.
Prit?
Still good. It open.
Are you using an ability, or are you just trying to finagle
I mean, I don't think he has any ability that actually works.
Lunala is getting frustrated. And she still trying to wedge your blade into the crevice, looks at you, and growls. Let me do this.
I have an idea. But here, trust me. One thing before you take care of this. And Pridwin's shield is going to begin to glow, not with its usual amber color, but with a very pale, almost whitish blue light as he activates. Where is it?
You about to use Moonwaltz?
He's going to use. Yeah. I'm trying to remember if it's Moonwaltz or.
Moonwaltz requires moonlight.
User catches. Hang on. No, that's not the one I'm using. I'm using Rising Tides.
I'm gonna find that. Hold on.
It's just a couple of like 2 up from Moonwaltz.
Ah! Yeah, that works. Advantage on rolls and double damage. Okay.
As this energy swirls around Lunala, Pridwin says, "There. Now, you can drop me."
Lunala pries you out of the crevice and releases you. You watch her focus, and then she begins to shift as the cat begins to form. What is Dante doing?
Good question. There aren't any more active threats apart from Katya, right?
But it's Dante, and Soma is full demon right now.
Yeah.
Oh god, am I gonna have to defend someone? Like,
Is
if
Soma,
I get
Uh-huh.
murdered
from
by
across the room, you see Dante, who originally had his back turned towards you, slowly turning to meet your eyes,
Oh.
and he points
Isn't
at
there?
you,
fuck.
Oh.
and he drags his thumb across his throat, and he begins walking.
Oh man, he's always something.
I'm imagining he's just dragging this executioner's blade behind him. A tip like rattling against the branch flooring.
Yep. This ivory white executioner's sword, leaving a trail behind it as he drags it along.
Soma,
Uh-huh.
there is a very angry demon slayer coming towards you. And there is a very, very angry once small child writhing in
Mhm.
your grasp, trying to murder Brian.
He's going to force himself into her mind as soon as he can.
You fight for control, drawing her in and attempting to force your way inside. Roll a d20 at advantage.
That is a 18.
There's resistance, but the world begins to spiral around you in a familiar fashion. You feel yourself being pulled down inwards. And then you're not in the room anymore. You feel that breeze against you. You turn and you see that cabin. The cabin where you first met her.
Isn't it the cabin where he first became a Wendigo too?
Mm-hmm.
He became a Wendigo?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
You turn to see the dock. The dock where Douglas first became enamored with her, and her with him. And in the distance out on the water, you see a figure pacing. What do you want to do?
Um, He's going to look for Katya. Or Narcissa. Either one.
You see neither. You just see the figure pacing.
Alright. He's going to walk to the bridge, the docks.
You walk out onto the dock. Your feet hit the edge. The figure's still pacing out on the surface of the water ahead of you. The water beneath you looks black and brackish. What do you want to do?
I'm sorry, I got distracted for a sec. What was that you said?
You just see the figure. dark water.
Gonna walk over to it.
You slowly step your foot down onto the surface of the water and cautiously put all of your weight onto it and find it uncomfortable, but you don't pass through. And you start walking towards the figure. And you see a little boy. His skin a dripping black liquid. That wide, maniacal smile. But it looks forced, unnatural, and pained. The figure is pacing back and forth, gripping at the sides of its head. You can see the yellow rain slicker drifting behind it, dripping with that liquid. You see two horns jutting on either side of its head. It doesn't seem to notice you.
He's gonna sit down on the water. And he looks to the thing and he says, "There's more to you than the demon we think you are, isn't there?"
The figure continues to pace. It's like it doesn't notice you. It keeps glancing skyward, as if infuriated by the things happening outside.
He looks up.
You see rain falling from the sky. But somewhere in the distance, you think you can hear Brian speaking to you. You think just barely you can hear that dragging sound of the executioner's blade coming towards you. Roll me a perception check.
That is a 19.
You wouldn't have noticed it, but there was something about the way that the rain slicker's hanging lopsided on him and the tail end is dragging the surface of the water, creating little trails. You're watching the ripples and suddenly you see something beneath the surface.
He looks down.
It's like a mirror image. You see a body floating, motionless. The red hair is drifting in the physics of the water. Her eyes are closed. She seems stuck.
He's going to walk up to the boy.
You walk up to him. He continues to pace and tear at his hair, and every once in a while he glances skyward.
You care about her, don't you?
He glances towards you and then continues the same path. Back and forth, glance at the sky.
There's something different about you. Not like the other ones I've met. And you don't look like her, you look like her brother. He's going to kneel down to the boy's level.
You
And
crouch down.
do you think I can speak with her?
The boy glances at you. You see what looks like tears discernible against the black liquid of skin.
It's okay.
crouches down, his knees tucked against his chest, and he kind of buries his face in his arms and grips at his horns.
It's okay. I understand. He kneels down.
You hear the small child sobbing.
He's going to put his hand on the boy's shoulder.
You do so, and it feels wet, almost like you're touching a gelatinous substance. But the rain slicker feels real enough and looks familiar to you.
How long has it been since that time I was here?
He looks up at you, and he just continues to cry. Back outside, Solon. You and Pidge are running, and you make it to the bulb just as a giant astral jaguar rises up on its hind legs and crashes into the surface of it. Begins clawing and putting pressure onto the cracks, and you hear them beginning to shatter inward. It's almost like trying to break bulletproof glass. You can see the cracks spidering, but it's not moving inward yet.
Okay.
Pridwin is standing there, watching. Every once in a while you see him glance nervously back towards Soma and Katya and the others.
I really don't have any piercing / blunt, so I'll just slash. Okay. 20 plus 20 damage. I think I'm just gonna try and auto attack the orb, I guess.
Okay.
15, 4, and 10.
Yeah, it's not dodging, so you're gonna hit.
Oh, okay. So I guess I'll just use that as damage then.
Yeah. You start slashing at this thing, and it's shattering inward more and more, the glass cracks spiderwebbing outward. The two of you seem to be making progress. Brian, there is a very large man with an executioner's blade coming towards you.
I'm gonna walk up to him and be like, "Hey, could we not try and murder Soma while he's trying to calm the very violent child down, please? If you could, that'd be awesome."
I'm imagining, like, you're, like, moving around him saying this, and he just keeps, like, walking forward slowly.
Yeah, you're just like walking, you're like backing up in front of him, and he's just continuing forward.
Listen, we can talk about this. We can talk about this.
Come on, we can talk about this. We can strike
Come
some
on.
sort of deal.
Happy
right?
thoughts, happy thoughts.
I'm gonna yell across the arena, "Pridwin, I'm going to punch Dante."
Dante, please don't do this!
Dante's head turns for a moment in your direction, Pridwin.
I know he's done something horrible. We can worry about that some other time. Right now, he's the only thing that can protect that child. We need to let him live for now, please.
For the love of God, let that work. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts.
His head slowly moves from you to Soma.
Ready, please.
He lifts the executioner's blade.
Oh God.
Dante?
And then strikes it straight down into the ground, shoving all the way down to the hilt. There's another one of those deep resounding, cracking sounds that rifles through the arena around you, and all of a sudden the orb shatters inward. Your wife tumbles into the orb.
So does this mean you're not gonna kill Soma?
Dante's helmet turns to look at you slowly. You can feel malice radiating from him.
I'm gonna back up very slowly. Very slowly, keeping my eyes on him.
You get to live for now.
I'll see you later.
As Dante does this, his construct crumbles
Holy fucking shit, that was
and he
horrifying.
disappears. Birdwin.
Well,
Pridwin's going to look back at Lunala.
Lunala has sliced herself on the cuts and the jagged pieces of this bowl, but she has managed to crawl her way inside.
Lunala, do you have the shard?
She is kind of standing over this hovering, massive corpse. I mean, it's as big as she is, and she is big. She glances at the carcass and then looks up at you. And looks at the carcass again and kind of gives you a, this is wrong look.
Pridwin's going to try and... Do you want me to try and extract it?
She glances upwards towards Soma and Katya. And the dying cub. And she sighs, and you see her massive paws collide with the carcass and begin ripping and tearing.
Pridwin is actually going to start heading over to the cub.
You start running that way.
Can he reach him?
I'd say he's... Yeah. I mean, you guys aren't really in combat right now, so I'll allow it.
Can Pridwin figure... Is he still, like, barely alive, or is he, like, at 0 HP?
You get over there, and he is... I mean, there's, like, a veritable, like, hole torn through him.
Oh, dear.
He's not moving.
I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it.
Before anyone blames me, I didn't know he was gonna do that.
Pridwin is going to do his best to try and stabilize him, at least momentarily.
You crouch down. You start trying to figure out how to...
He wants to try and bring him back to the world of the living, even though it probably won't last long.
Okay. Roll?
Medicine?
Yeah.
And Pridwin rolled a natural 20.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Best surgeon in the world, baby!
Holy
Goddamn.
You
Yeah.
don't know what you're doing.
respect.
You really don't. Your hands are just moving. You are doing some kind of magic. You don't know what. But for just a moment, a flicker of color comes back to the cub's facial features.
Are you alive? Conscious, at least.
His eyes kind of loll open a little bit.
That
Or
was
just
an
got
incredible.
donutted.
You see, as they do, the whites of his eyes are being consumed by that blackish purplish color.
We don't have much time. You're a king, and I'm a knight. So give me your orders.
He puts his hand on your shoulder. It's a weak but heavy grasp as he grips the shoulder plate of your armor desperately. Stop this.
It will be done. You don't have much time left. I can end this quickly, if that is what you wish.
He lets go, his hand drifting from the shoulder of your armor. His eyes kind of move to the side towards Soma, who's on his knees, gripping Katya to his chest, the two of them there, but not really there.
You were incredibly brave. You show the mark of a true leader. You were a good king. We will make sure that your people know that.
Don't forget, incompetent and horribly inexperienced. He smiles at you.
You've proven yourself greater than your negative traits. Pridwin will gently place the palm of his hand on the side of the king's neck, and in one quick instant extend his wrist blade for a quick and painless kill.
I won't make you roll for it. He's not gonna fight you. Solon, the awful, totally legal and scientific dissection of the corpse behind you is happening.
Uh-huh.
There's like blood flying everywhere, and yeah, it's great. It's a good time. Pidge next to you is still working on something to do with this bomb. And you're standing there. Pridwin's crouched down by the king, and you're pretty sure you just saw Pridwin cut the king's throat.
But combat's over.
Correct.
Okay. Just making sure that no one needs to die.
I mean,
Yet.
Yet. I might not make it to yet, so I'm just gonna kind of lean on Xavier and look over at Pidge. Like, how's that coming?
well, I can blow this place sky high.
Good to know.
Say the word. Say the word. I'll make it happen.
Well, if we need to fell this tree.
You hear as you're mid-sentence, I got it! You look, and the jaguar is like clambering out of the hole, covered head to toe in blood, and she has a metal shard in between her teeth.
Oh dear. I think perhaps I should have done the extraction.
There's another deep, resounding crack, and then another, and another, and another. And you hear a voice from somewhere in the room, but you can't pinpoint where. You've done it. You've removed the shard.
Fucking ghost bear?
Are you-
Question mark.
Are you the Root Mother?
I am. Only just now able to break through for a moment.
We've extracted the shard. The king thinks that we need to destroy the tree, but that could hurt a lot of people.
I see two paths. In one, you do as he suggests. You destroy the tree. But it will cause a great catastrophe in its wake. The other path is just as viable. I can replace the host of this vessel.
But
Meaning what? What is? What's the downside to that?
I can take the king's body and replace it where Artem's is.
And will that stop the infection?
He is infected himself. The infection will continue its slow course. But it will be longer before it reaches the others. Perhaps there will be time to find a way to stop it. If you would like to roll insight.
Yeah. 19?
10.
Pridwin. You sense in her words the last statement, there was no hope or substance to it. It was simply a mother trying to comfort a scared child, in a sense, saying whatever's necessary to make them feel better.
We can't allow the infection to spread. It could be months before we find a cure.
Now hold on, Liam says. If we blow this thing up, a lot of people die right now. Like, a lot. And the innocent people, the ones down there, the ones not in the city. But if we leave the infection, I mean, call me the asshole, but these are the same people that accused us of treason, almost murdered that asshole, pointing at Solon. Is it that wrong to choose the slower burn?
Liam. We have been slighted, yes, but we cannot blame an entire people for the actions of the few. And not only that, if we allow this infection to spread, everyone dies. Although I think there may be an option here. Paige, do you think that you could rig this to explode after a certain amount of time?
I mean, how long are we talking?
We may not be able to save everyone, but if we could get enough time to get back and form an evacuation, we could at least get a portion of the people out of the roots.
She wrinkles her nose. I can give you 300 seconds.
That would not be enough time. I would try to convey a message, but my range is limited to only about 150 feet, which would probably barely leave the tree.
The cracking is intensifying. You feel the world around you beginning to rumble beneath your feet.
What in the hell is that cracking?
I
You
believe
don't
that-
have much time.
Silva peeks his head out and he says, "Well, with either option, people are going to die anyway."
Yeah, one is just a whole civilization, the other is just, unfortunately, still people.
Sacrifice the few to save the many, Minerva says, glancing at all of you.
I think what we do is we let this tree go down. We get back to the city and we try to aid the survivors as best we can.
If there even are any.
A great flood, I believe, was what we were warned of.
Mm-hmm.
Floods always leave survivors. We will need to organize and aid as best we can in helping those survivors.
This
I
is
think we
true,
owe it to
but
them.
do we even know how to get out of here?
I will guide you. But you need
Answer
to
my
hurry.
question.
Alright,
Amadeus, what about those two?
we're going to have to carry them out of here. I
Isn't
should be able to.
Isn't Soma still in Kati's head, or is that a little...
Oh, they're both still.
Yeah, they're still
Under.
very busy,
Oh,
so we're
they're
gonna have to get them out of there.
jolly grand old time.
We're going to need to make our decision now and then evacuate as quickly as possible. So I suggest we vote very quickly.
I vote for helping the survivors of the flood because that's seeming like the option with the least amount of casualties.
So that's one for destroying the tree, Minerva says, holding up a finger.
I will place 2.
Whatever gets us out of here faster.
Well, I vote for leaving it here. Slow burn, Liam says. He holds
Leave
up
it.
a finger. Solon adds a second finger to that one. Your numbers are currently tied.
Unfortunately, our tiebreaker is currently busy.
Well, you've got Silva and Varuna.
So, Silva and Varuna.
You've got,
Paige hasn't voted yet, has she?
yeah, you've got Pidge and Amani. Pidge is gonna
Pidge
vote
seems
for
like-
blowing it up. Pidge is psychotic.
Yeah, Pidge goes for bomb.
Pidge goes for bomb 100%.
Makes
Yeah.
sense.
Big Boo.
She literally told me in her instructions when Phil left, I am going to use the bomb. That was the instruction.
Boom, 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 boom.
I respect it.
Oh my gosh.
And then she said, "Good luck, have fun." So
You also have Sadie. Sadie is
Wait.
also.
let's see, what would
Is
Sadie
Minerva
vote for?
voted?
Sadie would. Okay, hold on. So
You would probably go either or. Soma wouldn't really care.
Very
okay,
much
hold on.
okay.
So
Weapon form Xavier's blow it.
Yeah.
Brian goes for blowing it up. Solon said no.
Mm-hmm.
Solon said no. Liam said no. Pridwin said blow it up. Pidge said blow it up.
Wait, did Solon give an argument for why not to blow it up?
No, he just said no.
Solon, what is your reasoning?
Why blow it up? Sure, the infections might spread, but it's already been spreading. It's their
Yes,
lifestyle at this point.
If
It's like going in and disturbing the ecosystem.
I suppose you're right, but my concern is that it might consume the entire city,
And you would destroy an entire area on a might?
He's got a point, Minerva says.
Does make a good point.
You do. But
Fuck.
I don't know. I don't like either option.
Lunala, dripping with blood, is glancing between you, and she glances back at the tree. At the corpse hovering in the tree. And then she shakes her head. Blow it
Say
up!
if the root mother's confident enough that she can stem the tide for now, why?
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think she truly believes that. I think
Didn't you say we don't have much time and we're sitting here?
Yeah, no, the whole ground is like shaking around all of you.
Silva interjects and he says, "They're already subject to their fate anyway. If we kill them now, it would be no different than we kill them later."
but it's the matter of cruelty. There will be far more suffering if we allow the infection to spread.
Oh, we don't have time for this!
Again, you're playing death with a might.
We have to choose fast.
Fine.
Who's our tiebreaker?
Right now, there's blowing up the tree guarantees death. Leaving it alone only means there's a chance some of them might die.
Do you want to leave his husk in there? Lunala says with the mouthful of metal. You want the kid to become like him?
Unfortunately, there's no way to give him a choice, but there is
He knows his
something
duty.
There is something we can do. We know the infection is spreading. We know that it will reach the town. It is unlikely that everyone will listen to us, but we can give them the choice.
What's to say destroying the tree will stop the infection?
Precisely. We leave the tree. We tell them what will come. Those who wish to leave can leave. Those who choose to stay can stay.
Don't you think they'll listen to us?
It is unlikely, yes.
That's their decision.
We leave it in their hands. If they
Can't help
know it
them.
is coming, if they keep their eyes out. I mean, the government already knows there's an infestation.
Lunala shakes her head. I'm not okay with this.
Unfortunately, I don't think either decision will end well.
Well, they've already been living like this for a long time, so we gotta chop chop.
Literally, she says. Pidge, blow it. Pidge is looking back and forth between all of you, and every time one of you talks for blowing it up, she gets excited. And then when one of you suggests not, she kind of like loses all of her excitement and withers
I
a
feel
little
like
bit.
she's lighting the fuse and then putting it out, then
Yeah.
lighting the fuse again and then putting it out.
She's got like the bomb set. She has to keep like pausing the timer.
I'm sorry, but I must change my vote. If we leave the tree, we give the best chance for everyone to leave. We should not force the impoverished to suffer for the sins.
What were Silva and Varuna voting for?
Silva said whatever is faster, so leaving the
Silva,
tree
Spur
in the-
Bomb. I would say Varuna is also bomb. Let's see. Amani is against, Brian is for, Xavier is against. So it's still pretty much tied?
Is there anyone else?
Brian, Pidge, Lunala, Silva, Varuna, Solon,
Ooh.
Xavier, Liam, Minerva, Pridwin, Amani. I mean, Kat and Soma are unconscious. Sadie!
Sadie.
The king's final wish was to blow up the tree, but the problem is, I don't think he knew of this third option.
This
Didn't we say
is
Sadie
about-
was against it?
No.
Oh, okay.
Sadie hasn't voted yet.
Oh.
Sadie, I believe you're the tiebreaker.
Sadie, who has been standing near Soma, kind of watching over him, glances to you with a kind of deadpan expression. Blow it up.
Well, that's democracy.
I suppose it's settled
Yeah,
then.
democracy.
All right,
But
let's get
we-
the hell out of here.
Pridwin's going to head over to Soma and Kat and try and pick them up.
They need to stay connected, Sadie says, warning you.
I'll be mindful of that.
Hurry, the root mother tells you. The quaking intensifies, but to the side of the room, you see the branches begin to tear themselves open, creating a passageway.
Pidge, light it up.
Magic shit.
Pidge excitedly rubs her hands together and starts doing shit with her bomb.
Something malicious is brewing.
You hear her laughing like in the distance as you guys are moving away. She like so this is what happens. This is like in the slow motion movie in my head. It's playing. You guys are like moving through the tunnel and Pidge starts running up behind you. Like she presses, like I'm imagining the bomb activates by her pressing play on this cassette player, right? And this crazily painted bomb, the cassette starts rolling and Ave Maria's playing on it. And you guys are like running through the tunnel and Pidge is like sprinting to catch up with you. And as you guys are making your way forward, there's a rumbling explosion behind you. And light and heat begins chasing you out of the tunnel.
Pridwin's running as fast as he can.
Who's the farthest behind?
Pidge.
I'm gonna
Um,
use, Sing of the Storm pitch so they can
Okay.
fly without.
So you cast Blessing of the Storm to make sure that Pidge is able to catch up with the rest of you.
How many counters do I have? Pretty cool. Can I just spam use it on a bunch of people? Just drain my mana.
Do you have enough?
I have. What do you think? Minus 9. I have enough for 2 people.
Can Pridwin take Lunala's hand and activate? I have an idea.
I mean, Lunala's still in cat form carrying the shard. And she runs much faster in cat form.
True. I just need to be able to tap into her energy for something.
I mean, you could touch her.
Yeah.
As long as
because
you guys
I
are
can...
connected, you can usually share your mana sources.
So, Pridwin is going to make sure everybody's ahead of them. He is going to grab a hold of Lunala, and he is going to activate... How big is this tunnel?
Not very.
Good. He's going to activate Bastion as soon as everybody's on the other side of it to try and just buy them a little bit of extra time.
That was smart. So you cast Bastion, and a wall of water forms in this tunnel behind you, and there's a explosive impact that seems to stall the destruction behind you. You all go sprinting forward. I could make you do speed checks. I don't want to. You tumble out through beams of a bright light. You realize it's dawn. The sun is beginning to rise, and you stumble forward, and you guys clamber out and find yourselves on a cliffside, high up in the trunks of the tree. And as you all clamber out, Lunala gets in between all of you in the tree and shields you with her body. As this explosion rattles, debris shoots outward, pelting at all of you. And then there's this horrible, rumbling groan. And the tree begins to fall. And you watch, and it feels almost like slow motion with how massive it is. As it breaks off at the trunk, the massive body falling. You brace yourself, but even then the impact against the ground is bone rattling. It feels like you won't be able to endure it. It hurts deep down into your very being. And with the crash, there's an explosion of force. It hits the river at the crux of the delta. All these little waterfalls turning into a massive peak, a wave that goes rumbling down river. And you watch as it sweeps and destroys everything in its path. The little villages dotting the routes and the riversides. The area where Riven's seedling was growing. And as it rattles the trunks of the other massive trees, you see sections of buildings on the lower levels, some of them beginning to crumble and fall. You hear the sounds of screaming in the distance. And then an eerie silence. Soma.
Mm-hmm.
There's an earth-shattering quake from somewhere outside, but you can't seem to pull yourself from the inner room.
Mm-hmm.
The boy is still crying in front of you. And the body is trapped, floating in the waters beneath your feet. And you think you see a second one with it.
What's wrong, boy? What's making you cry?
He looks up at you. But he doesn't speak. And you remember he's never been able to. You've never once heard the boy say a single word when you've been in this inner room.
He pulls out his journal and he grabs a pen and hands it over.
The boy looks at it. The black, sludgy fingers grip at the pencil. And he starts to drag it across the paper, creating jagged lines. You see this written.
Are you trying to protect her? I see. May I speak to her, if only for a moment?
The boy looks worriedly at you.
I promise no harm will come to her.
He looks at your horn. He looks at his own reflection in the surface of the water. He seems even more apprehensive.
Oh, this? Don't worry about it. Just a birth defect. Yeah. We are. But that's okay. We do what we do because we love those around us. And sometimes we don't always do good things. Sometimes we do very bad things. But it's okay. You're not so much different from myself, it seems.
The boy reaches down, the tips of his fingers trailing against the surface of the water. Below you, Katia's eyes open. She looks around, opens her mouth, and realizes she's underwater. Her eyes are filled immediately with a swirl of all of the emotions she had before. Anger and confusion and fear.
He takes off his mask, lowers his hood, and he looks to the boy, putting his hand on the boy's shoulder. It's okay. You've done a good job protecting her. But she's strong now. She's very strong.
The boy takes a step back. Katia writhes in the liquid and struggles to move upward just enough to place her hand against the surface of the water. It's like she's touching a pane of glass. Her palm flattens against the surface and she looks at you distrustingly but also fearfully. Like she doesn't know what to do.
Allow me to reach out to her. You've done a great job protecting her, but she's capable of handling herself now. You've seen her. We've both seen her. Not even I can protect her anymore. And because I wanted to protect her, I hurt her more than I could possibly fathom. So, I'm not asking you to help me. I want me and you to work together so she can be free again. Don't apologize. You were just doing what you thought was best. I understand. And I'm sure she will too.
He takes another step back. Katia's fingers rake against the surface and all of a sudden they breach through. Her fingers flex as she desperately grasps at the air.
He's going to take her hand and help her up.
You grab her wrist and you start to pull. She clambers out onto the surface of the water as though it's ground and solid. And she sprawls forward and drags herself with your help up and collapses onto the surface of the water, coughing violently. As she does, she coughs up mouthfuls of the same black liquid.
I'm sorry. He's going to kneel down and like pat her back as she, you know, gets back up.
As you do, she turns her head slightly and looks towards you. You can see the tears still fresh on her cheeks, stained with black. Were you gonna do it?
Do what?
Were you gonna kill me?
Never.
You should have.
You don't deserve to die. The reason these things happened to you was because of us. We tried to protect you, but we didn't see that you don't need protecting anymore.
Dad said the same thing to Mom. But he promised to stop her if she went too far. He
I know
didn't do
you
that,
won't.
did he?
I know you won't go too far. And you're always over there. He points to the boy. He's different. And he made the same mistake we did.
You're gonna have to stop me one of these days. But that's
But not
okay.
today.
She coughs up another mouthful of the black blood, places a hand on the surface, and then breaches it and reaches through. Her fingers coil around the edge of something, and you see her dragging forth until she gets it back over the surface, and it's a hand. And the hand grips at the edge of the surface, the claws digging in, raking. And then another emerges, and a figure drags itself from the water. The old, contorted, somehow impossibly ancient and young at the same time. The figure raises itself up and straightens. The glowing purple eyes turn toward you. There's a look of malice and distrust in them. And then the figure places a hand on Katya's head, ruffles her hair, and starts walking away from you.
You're strong, Katya. Stronger than most.
She glances down. I take after my mom.
You do. You very much do.
There's a second earth-shattering rumble, and you are suddenly pushed, almost like somebody slammed into you from behind, and you tumble forward, Soma, and you hit the ground, and you look up, and you see the tree fallen, the wreckage of the shockwave, the massive swirl of waters moving downriver. You see all of the destruction. As you get your bearings, you see everyone else standing around you looking at the same thing.
Definitely not on my bucket list of things to see today.
Lunala's eyes move toward you, and they narrow.
He looks down at Katya. She should be up any moment now.
Is she all right?
She's fine.
Thank the gods.
Liam doing air quotes on fine in the background.
Well, there's a little more nuance to it, but she's fine.
Pridwin is going to wipe the blood from the hand which he used to take care of the king and say, well, Soma, I believe I don't really have the grounds to remain angry with you anymore.
Well, at least we were able to sort out our differences. However, don't put too much faith in me yet.
You hear
Anyway.
a gentle laugh in your ears, Soma. He says that. Just wait till he finds out about me.
Wait, what?
You hear that?
Turn. Oh. All right. Yeah, he sort of looked distant.
He's
As-
gone insane.
As
Yeah, he just looks distant as Pridwin speaks to him, and he hears that voice in his ear. Well, what happened?
We extracted the shard. We managed to deal with all of the monsters, and I managed to talk my ancestor out of butchering you.
Oh, okay, cool, awesome. What about the
And
tree?
we were left with a choice. Neither option was good. Either we left the tree and allowed the root mother to implant the king into it to keep it from falling apart, or we blew the tree sky high and he gestures to the calamity.
He kneels down on the cliff. Quite the kill count you guys have gotten here.
Please, don't rub it in. Unfortunately, the choice would have led to a great many deaths either way. Either this, or allowing the infection to spread at an unknown rate until the village was consumed.
Well, difficult choices. We've all made them. They're not always the most savory. He looks down at Katya, sort of anticipating her to wake up.
it takes longer than you. But she begins to shift and move. Brian holding his breath in the background, as she does, I'm sure. A hand braces itself against the ground, and her body begins to rise. Her eyes open. They're glowing purple.
Oh, Narcissa. Nice of you to be here.
Is Katya alright?
All right is a strong word.
Alive.
She is alive.
Well, since you came out first, have any news for us?
Her mother is dead, and she is very upset with you.
Valid.
With all of you. Her eyes pass over the group. But mostly you.
You know what? That's fine as long as she's alive.
I do owe her an apology. A great many apologies.
I mean,
Wow.
should I apologize for maybe stabbing her when she was evil?
Oh, it's okay. She was black blood ridden, so
I know, I was
those
gonna
wounds
say, I
probably
don't
don't
really think
exist.
I need to apologize for anything this time.
Yeah. I mean, she'll probably punch you in the gut, or the chest
I
cavity,
mean,
or the
I'll deserve
face.
that. Yeah, no, I'm expecting that.
Liam pats
Yeah.
you on the shoulder. You get used to it.
Liam,
I do still think that striking her wasn't necessary.
I mean,
Well.
what else was I gonna do? She kind of stabbed the king through the chest. And I'm just like, you know what? This is a good idea to distract her. And it worked.
It worked in
Duh.
the end.
Exactly.
Did draw her attention, but it also only served to aggravate her.
I mean, I'm also imagining calling her a coward didn't help. Oh, I'm gonna get punched in both the gut and the face. Fuck yeah.
As Soma's standing there, he sort of, like, falls to his knees in pain and grips his chest.
Sadie worriedly takes a step toward you.
Oh, I'm fine. Just, paid the price a bit.
I will add, all of you do notice the horn is very visible despite the hood now.
And there's something glowing from beneath his shirt.
Yeah, that too.
Soma, did you do something stupid?
Well, for me, but not for you guys.
Alright.
Wait a moment. You know what this means, right?
Huh?
Your demon abilities. They're back.
Oh, shit. You're right.
What does that mean? What? Are we
Well,
back in her favor? Or is
either
this
one, we're back.
just another piece in the game?
Well, one, either we're back in her favor, or two, she knows she's already won, is coming out to kill me and probably sending a death scythe, probably Izo.
I'm sorry, what?
On to other matters.
Soma,
People
Uh-huh.
sending death
did
scythes
you
to
do?
villagers.
Well,
Yes, I do believe you owe us all an explanation, Liam says, crossing his arms. And
you
for
said
your
I'm
sake,
supposed to
I
vote for
hope it's a good one.
the funny thing about that is, there isn't. Let's just say a particular pink-haired demon with a single horn is currently probably marked for death.
Why?
Well, a long story.
Narcissa's purple glow in Katya's eyes begins to fade.
All you need to know is that Japan ended terribly for everyone.
The entire country?
Well, the entire country didn't end. More like about
A city, Lunala says, giving you a wary look.
Pridwin
Glare.
looks over to Lunala.
He glares at her like a very sharp glare.
And
There
then-
is a knowing look on Lunala's face, like she knows something about this.
What do you know
Soma,
about that?
what did you do?
He looks down at Katya.
She's still got that almost expressionless look on her face. There's something akin to a hostile sense there, but there's also a whole lot of other emotions swirling behind that stoic look in her eyes. I remember,
He,
she says to you.
he looks back up at Sadie.
Sadie is in a defensive stance, her hand on your shoulder, but there's a pull to it. Sadie looks like she's ready for combat. You do take notice of this, I will add.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Soma,
His demeanor has changed, as has his body language, and he says,
Before you say anything, Sadie says, giving you a warning look, Pridwin. I don't care how right or wrong you think. Whatever he tells you is, I will defend him. And he will not go down without a fight.
I want to know what he did.
He stands. Well, Katya remembers, so there's no point in hiding it now. 3,247,327. Those were the lives that were lost in Japan.
How?
He
What-
looks down at. Oh wait,
What did you do?
He looks down at Katya, and then back up. He sort of has a. With his eyes, she could probably see through his mask, like a shush look in his eyes, and he looks back up at Pridwin. I did it.
Katya
Why?
opens her mouth, and then she hesitates.
Why did you do it?
What other reason is there to kill that many people?
That's
He
a
holds
great
up.
question, Soma.
He holds up his wrist and pulls up a sleeve, and he reveals a brand. I don't know what Rika's brand would be.
It is, I'm trying to think of what her brand would look like. It's like a B shape with like a glass shard, like a series of glass
Mhm.
shards around it.
Okay.
Could Pridwin roll to try and get an idea of what this brand is supposed to be?
Please. Let's
That's-
see if you have any information in your records.
That's a natural 20.
You know the symbol. Oddly enough, you know it from a book of cryptids. You used to study cryptids when you were a boy. It was one of your favorite books. You liked studying about other countries. This particular cryptid was known as Bloody Mary.
Bloody Mary. You made a deal with Bloody Mary.
Well, there's a little more nuance to that whole story.
And
He-
it led to the death of millions.
He looks down at Katya and does a wink. She should understand what he's doing. And he looks back up at Pridwin. Well, there's always some sort of sacrifice for more power. You should have seen the pavilion that rose above Yokohama. All the lives that were lost in that battle. Though Draco or anyone else, even Gabriel, couldn't stop it.
I still don't understand why. Why would you make a deal with that thing? What did you... Did you sacrifice all those people just for power?
What reason is there other than power? Strength. The ability to crush an army under your heel.
Can Pridwin insight Soma?
Keep the people
I'm
you
gonna roll
care about
deception.
alive.
Go ahead.
Go for that.
But
good
you'll
luck
have to
with that.
counter each other.
Good luck with that.
Where's my...
So I'm gonna say this is I'm trying to think. Would it be?
Wisdom or charisma?
I would say for you it's charisma, and for Pridwin it's wisdom.
Mm-hmm. What's since? Okay, so Sadie is touching him. She's doing the pull. Would I get my charisma bonus?
Yes, but Pridwin also gets Lunalis.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Good luck.
This is interesting.
Okay. Let me go into group rules.
Oh my god.
That's
Oh.
a little bit of a high number.
Oh shit! By
my
1
God.
point.
Oh my gosh!
Pridwin's
Game.
fist is clenched so tightly that you can hear the gauntlet rattling. And he says, "You know, I probably would have believed that at some point in this journey. But something within me believes that you had some genuine motivation outside of some mindless demonic lust for power. Something in me tells me that you still had some sliver of humanity when you made that decision.
Not when I had the blood of all those innocents on my face.
Tell
Oh, no,
me
Rena.
why, Soma. Tell me the real reason why. What is it you
Katya-
hoped to gain from all that death?
Katya's beginning to tremble to your side. Brian, you're allowed to input on this as well if you would like.
Let me give you a reason for the contract I made. I promised.
You simply wanted to keep someone you loved alive, and you didn't actually give a damn about the power or what.
Both to protect and to kill one singular being.
Who?
Death.
Pridwin actually breaks out laughing. Kill death! Why?
That's something you hear every day.
Why, in a million years, would you want to kill death? I mean, not even considering the horrible ramifications of that decision. What personal reason would you have to kill a girl who is barely older than we are, trapped inside of a tiny little room with maybe 5 people in the whole world who are actually capable of protecting her?
Whew. You're right. You're right on so many different counts, Pridwin. You see, fate is a tricky thing. No matter how much you try to escape it, how much you think you've already escaped it, it will always come back to haunt you. I was in the face of everyone I know dying. So I made a deal so that I may protect those lives, even if I had to sacrifice so many others. And, well, mostly personal grudges towards the woman.
There is no number of grudges that I could possibly conceive of that woman being capable of transgressing against you. There is no conceivable point in which I could see you making the decision to make that deal.
You were trying
There
to
is no...
rationalize with a demon? And particularly one of my caliber. You see, everything that happened in Japan, I spearheaded all of it. I pulled the strings on every action, reaction there was. Katya was an unfortunate victim. I wanted to get her out of there, and without her memories, she wouldn't become much of an issue for me. And, well, it is what it is. Now that she has her memories, I guess I can't really keep quiet anymore. But
Pridwin,
just know, it wasn't her fault. It was mine.
Pridwin glances down to Katya and back up to you, and he says, "Even now, you still lie through your fucking teeth. I do believe you on one thing, that it wasn't her fault, at least to the capacity that she knew what she was doing, how it would end.
No, it wasn't her fault. It was mine. I sent us off to that arena. I watched as many people died in the arena and eventually led up to one singular matchup. Douglas versus Katya. Now, of course,
And-
I didn't know it would end the way it did, though it ended in my favor.
In your favor. Turning against all of your friends, betraying us, setting the world in motion to end was in your favor.
I just want to watch it all burn.
Why? How could you genuinely believe that there would be any good reason?
Why did Mephisto kill the original Death? Why did those witches kill that entire village of people? Why did the Siren Head drive all those people mad? Many questions I would like to know the answer to for why all those lives are lost. Though often they're lost for a single reason. Power. Maybe even a shot, a sliver of a chance at killing Death. Or maybe even just a single death scythe. Control, even. Why do so many bad people do these bad things? I've asked
Hey,
myself that since I started.
Kira? I rolled a 4 on a wisdom saving throw.
Oh.
I think I should roll a d6 now.
Um,
If that's alright with you.
yeah.
One second. I need to go to a menu. Oh no. Oh no. So, Pridwin, his gauntlet is shaking. And He looks like he's getting ready to say something when suddenly he goes silent. And then he starts to glow a little bit. This ghostly blue glow. And suddenly his posture shifts. It's as if he's not the same person anymore.
Lunala straightens a bit behind him. Perdwan?
And originally, it looked like his attention was divided between you and a bunch of other things, but suddenly you feel this cold stare directly in your own eyes. A stare that feels oddly familiar. You felt the same sensation not long ago, right before you entered Katya's inner room. And a voice that is not Pridwin's rings out from the suit of armor. You talk of things like fate and power. What a joke. You are by far the most grotesque creature I have ever seen.
Well, I'm glad to make your acquaintance.
A being capable of choosing, a being capable of controlling his own actions, and yet you stand here now, choosing to play the villain.
You wanted answers, I gave them all to you.
I want to know, do you truly believe that you are some slave to fate? That this could not be avoided? That your choices were inevitable?
Well, I know you and the Rhizostoma family likes to prattle on about how fate is stupid and doesn't exist. Yeah. And it's
Child,
different when there's someone.
fate is not some invisible leash which drags us along. Fate does exist, yes, but in only one way. I have heard it many times. Seers who can gaze into the future, who can see the threads of fate. They all say the same thing. It is not a force which drags us along that allows them to see what will come next. It is simply that so many of us are just that predictable, that stupid.
Right on the nose.
It is not fate which causes a bucket to fall. It's gravity. And even gravity can be defied. The bucket will not always hit the floor if there are hands to catch it. You made your choice, and you cannot blame it on anything other than yourself.
I feel like you're getting a misunderstanding here, Mr. What was your name again?
His hand clenches and he says, Dante.
Oh. The big guy with the big sword, right?
The very same.
Right. There's a bit of a misunderstanding here. I do blame myself for everything that happened. And I know it was my choices that led me there. It's just, fate is the sum of our actions. Sometimes someone is stupid enough and predictable enough to make those actions that are predicted by fate, a prophecy, if you will. It was constructed to be that way. Such is the tale of the three demon siblings. It was only a matter of time before I fell victim to their treachery. One of them we
I
still need to contact.
I think that you are the one who's having a misunderstanding. You act still like this was inevitable. Believe me when I say, defying fate is difficult. But in the end, anyone can do it, with enough resolve.
I'm back.
Come back.
Welcome back. Anyways, I must admit, Soma Ashford, there was a time in which I respected you. I thought you were capable of staying the course. I thought that you had a strong enough moral fiber that you might be able to steer yourself in the right direction. Unfortunately, you have made your choice.
What did I miss?
A lot.
Yeah.
Dante came out after Pridwin lost control, and now Dante and Soma are having a conversation that is not going well.
Yeah. Well.
There is no changing for you now. I'm sure you're aware. The deal you've made is now unavoidable. Even in death, you will remain a liability. And yet, in death, there is a guarantee that we can make sure that you do not continue to further your ends. Soma Ashford. In spite of the wishes of the boy who hoped to either turn you in or let you go, I will make the right choice. Your crimes against mankind, against your own kin, all who called you brother, all who called you leader, they cannot go unpunished. Pridwin is going to slowly look over to Dante is going to slowly look over to Lunala.
Yes,
And
you are so right. Very, very right. There's only one thing, or one way this can end. Now, will you do the honors?
And so, Soma Ashford, by order of the Rhizostomas, thy punishment is death.
Very well.
Dante is going to hold out his hand to Lunala and say, if you will.
Lunala growls warily. You're not my husband.
I'm aware.
He would not want this.
He does not know what he wants at this point. That is why I'm here. Because he doesn't want to make a choice. Not again.
Lunala glances from Dante towards Soma and Sadie. She's still in her big cat form. She takes a step forward and then puts a heavy paw down on Dante's foot. Her head snaps toward Soma and Sadie. Run, she commands you.
And so he sort of puts his arms out and does a trust fall motion backwards off the cliff.
Sadie,
Where's Brad in all this?
you're watching! You can interject
Yeah.
if you would like!
Yeah, do you want to interject before?
Freaking smack. What's his face? What's the guy's name?
Dante?
I meant name's Dante. Yeah, I'm just gonna smack him and then run, jump off the cliff. You know, why not? We're going on an adventure, motherfuckers.
Are you joining me?
Oh
Why
god.
not?
Oh, fucking god!
What's the worst that could happen?
Someone's trying to get the
Everything!
fuck up out of here. You're gonna be associated with someone marked for death by the Academy.
Hey, whoa! Liam
Yeah,
says,
you're becoming a
grabbing hold
fugitive.
of
I
Dante's
know all of
arm.
that. But still my buddy, so yeah, fuck it.
Hold on a minute, you can't just kill him!
There is no better option, computer boy.
First of all, rude.
Can Soma get into a dual arts link with everyone but Pridwin?
You can individually speak to them, but it wouldn't be as a group.
Okay. Can I speak to specifically Liam?
Yes.
Alright. He goes into his link, and to Liam he says, I hoped it wouldn't end like this, to be honest. And I'm sure you've noticed, you above anyone else, know that everything I just said was untrue, but everything is easier if you guys hate me.
She won't be able to keep quiet, you know.
I know. But I've already accepted my fate. I didn't kill all of those people, but I killed enough. One day I won't always be here, but as long as I can protect you all from my presence and from the death scythe likely hunting me, then I'll do what I must.
You can't just leave us. We need to stick together. We barely survived as it is.
As long as I'm here, you guys are in danger from more threats than anything in Russia. I'm sorry, but this is the way it has to be. I'll see you next time I see you. You, Liam, among everyone here, are some of my best friends, but I'm still a fool who wishes to protect everyone. You'll find my journal probably in the possession of Katya sometime soon. But keep it on a hush-hush from Pridwin and a few others. He ends the link. Right before saying, I trust you.
Liam and Lunala are both trying to hold Dante down. Dante, you
Dante's-
hear a...
Dante's not even moving. He's just kind of staring at the cliffside, just looking annoyed.
There's a soft growl from kind of down from your view towards the ground.
He, in his usual manner, slowly turns and then looks down.
Katya is standing there, her red hair flowing in the wind. Listen to me.
You.
She's talking, but there's a strangeness to her voice that even gives Liam pause. There's a power in her words and her tone. It's almost like there's two voices speaking at once. There's her, and there's something far more ancient behind that tone.
Which one am I speaking to? The witch, the child, or the devil?
We are one in this moment.
What is Brian doing?
I'm pretty sure. Did Brian actually jump off the cliff?
I don't know. It's a good question. I wouldn't
Fuck it,
recommend
why
it.
not? We're gonna make him yeet off the cliff. Follow someone. Why not? I'll be right back.
All right, looks like we're having a side adventure with Brian and Soma.
Oh boy.
Katya's looking at you, but her eyes aren't glowing purple. They look normal. Not that Dante would know what normal is.
Guess who's back again?
He's
What's
still
Pidge
waiting
doing?
for her. He's still waiting for her to say what she wants to say.
I got no idea. I just got back.
Oh, right. Everyone just found out what Soma did, and he's playing the villain. And Dante is trying to kill Soma.
And Brian is following Soma because fuck it, why not? Plus, Soma's the only one who didn't say anything that bad about Brian, so and it
Katya,
makes sense from a character standpoint.
Katya narrows her eyes at Dante further. Her nose wrinkling with the growl of her words. You won't lay a hand on him. The only one that gets to kill Soma Ashford is me.
Soma smiles at that, by the way. They don't see it, but he smiles at that.
Well, as long as someone gets the job done. I suppose it is no longer my problem. Unfortunately, the boy does not want to come back out just yet. So you will be stuck with me for the time being.
Oh, great! Liam says to the side.
He slowly looks back over to Lunala and he says, I recommend you pay careful attention when he comes back. He is unstable, and he may consider brash actions.
What is that supposed to mean?
The boy has a lot of blood on his hands, and not a lot of knowledge in how to deal with that pain.
Join the club. We've got jackets. Katya says under her breath.
No, seriously.
As I recall,
We meet every Tuesday.
we meet every Tuesday.
It's a potluck
terrorist
thing,
club.
so you're gonna have to bring a dish.
Yeah, yeah, it's the
You're gonna
terrorist
get
club
signed to
meeting.
bring
There's a
those
sign-up sheet on the wall.
Oh my god. Anyways.
The armor is cracking, the bones and the flesh as well, the soul barely holding together.
Is he infected?
Infected, heavens no. At least not to my knowledge. Falling apart at the seams, certainly. Unfortunately, there is not much we can do. Especially considering most of us prefer just to yell at him when he does something we do not like. In the end, I think he may be able to pull himself together. Just make sure he does not fall apart.
I can try, but he's
That is
not
what-
exactly pleased with me either.
He forgives quite quickly, especially for minor transgressions. I doubt it will take much time if you speak with him. Very well. One more thing. You are tolerable. My wife finds you charming. She wished for me to let you know that.
Thank you. The big cat looks very confused.
Touching conversation, but I'm currently getting ready to jump off a cliff. Should I keep that going a little longer, or?
You already jumped off the cliff.
Oh, I had Brian interject, and so I thought that he just like, hesitated.
If you're still there,
You're still there.
Dante does
No, you-
slowly raise his hand and get ready to shoot a lightning bolt.
No, like I imagine like you
God,
jumped off the
what the
cliff,
hell
but
would
you
I
were
do?
hovering.
Oh yeah.
Just kind of listening in underneath the cliff.
Yeah, that's kind of how I imagined it.
Yeah.
I'm just like
Soma
struggling.
takes his call. And he takes City with, of course. Huh? What was that, Brian?
I said I'm probably just like face planted on a rock somewhere right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Brian jumped off. Alright, Soma will look for Brian.
There's a heavy footstep, and suddenly everyone becomes painfully aware of a sensation. It's a sensation of discomfort, of a spine chill.
Oh.
Slowly, Liam turns and whispers under his breath, "Oh, shit."
Dante looks over.
Dragging himself from the shadows, the scythe digging a trench through the dirt behind him, is Apollyon.
That's not who I was expecting.
Deal with one demon and another comes.
Before, kind of as you're realizing he's there, an arm lashes around Solon from behind. Latching from shoulder to shoulder across his throat and quickly pulling him backwards before he has the time to take Xavier in his hands.
Look at all of you. Writhing around like worms feasting on dirt.
That's funny. I remember kicking many of your children into that said dirt.
They were the weaker one. Anyway, I'm not here to chat. I just want the boy. I have business with him.
Liam glances at all of you, glances to you, to Dante, because he would normally look to Pridwin in this moment for advice. But Pridwin isn't there. He looks to Minerva, who looks just as in a state of inertia, so to speak. Her eyes move from Apollyon and Solon back toward Dante, toward the rest of the group. Shit, Liam says again under his breath.
Now, if you'll excuse me, unless you want to try to stop me for whatever futile reason, I'll be taking him.
Dante sidesteps in front of Solon and says, "Unfortunately for you, we
But
do
he
not
already has a hold of Solon.
have." Oh,
He's got his
Oh.
arm around Solon. Like,
Dante.
an arm around his throat and is pulling him back toward the shadows.
Dante is going to step forward then and say, "Unfortunately for you, we do not have any qualms with the Russian, and so we are not going to let you take him."
Well, it isn't your time yet to deal with me, and I'd like to taste the sweet flesh on all of your bones, but I'm going to wait. I'm going to savor the scent, wait for you to exhaust every option available to you. For now, I'm taking the golden boy with me.
You
Feel free
see
to resist.
Solon's face pales at the word golden boy.
Feel
You
free to
really
resist,
think
but
you really think that you could kill me in that pathetic broken form?
pathetic.
Even
Broken.
in this weak body, I could kill thousands of your kind without breaking a sweat.
Mm. The
You,
only thing that's ever been able to take me down ever was the power of death himself.
that was back when your crown was still sitting atop your head. You are weak now. Small.
You mean
How
his
does it-
crown?
Apollyon's. I wonder how it feels having all those pieces of you ripped apart, being so much smaller than you once were, so much weaker, so much more alone.
It is rather annoying, but I'll just tear my final piece out of the hands of that wretched boy, and I'll be back. Though, not as powerful. I'd have to take over the red-haired's body. All in due time. Anyway, you can keep prattling. I'm going to leave now.
Apollyon slinks backwards, and the shadows seem to swallow him. His body begins to disappear, blending with the shadows until it's simply not there anymore, and Solon reaches a terrified hand towards you all before it is completely enveloped in the shadows. And he disappears.
And in a whisper in the shadows, a final whisper, he says, "Night will fall, and you will drown in the abyss."
I lived to see the dawn once. I will live to see it again. Broken King.
Shattered night.
That's where I'm gonna end session.
Shit!
Shit!
Oh boy!
Holy shit!
I was some of the most top tier roleplay I've ever heard from any of you. My fucking god.
Logan just flabbergasted the whole time, just like, hey, wait, what the fuck?
Now
Don't
Brian
mind me,
is
I missed it
stuck
all.
with Soma. Oh wait, what were we saying, Paige?
Don't mind me, I missed it all.
Oh, you're fine. Would you have any questions, Phil?
I'll have them later. I want you guys to celebrate first.
So we got
celebrate.
villain Soma and villain Apollyon in the same session.
God damn.
God damn. And lost 2 whole party members. That's a total of
Oh,
3
yeah.
now.
We are making record pace.
Record pace. 3 PCs gone.
That guy who just doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
And once again, despite all advice to the contrary, the party is now split.
Yeah.
Yippee!
Yippee. Soma's gonna probably try to get Brian back to the main party, but
Hey, no, I'm fucking stubborn.
yeah, no, Soma's gonna spend a side session getting Brian away from him.
Yeah, probably. I know. I know how Soma works.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Soma likes Brian, but he's currently on his villain arc, so
Yeah, we entering the villain arc. You don't want to be a part of that.
yeah, you don't want to be marked for death. Guilty by association, you know how it is.
yeah, fair, yeah.
I don't
I
want you to
just-
lose your character literally like 4
You don't
sessions
need to
after you
lose
got
your
him.
character a few sessions in. Soma
Yeah.
is the longest running character in the game.
Yeah.
Jeez.
This
Christ.
was
I still think
inevitable.
of
It's
more-
been 3 years.
Yeah.
I still think of like
Yeah.
more ability ideas.
Oh shit.
Oh, I'm coming up with more and more every day. I just
Soma's
You see,
pretty
I have
intense.
8 hours until I'm done with work, and I just have nothing to do. So I'm just gonna come up with all of the ideas.
Such a hard quote.
On
God.
Holy shit.
There were so many good quotes from the session, and I'm gonna need art of all of them. I'm gonna need a
I'll do it.
whole fucking like panel from this last segment. I need the quote from Soma and Sadie earlier. I
Yeah.
want like art of like Soma and the boy in
Oh, yeah.
Katya's room. I want all of it. There's like 12 pieces of art I want from this session.
Yeah.
That was great.
I'll work on them.
Honestly, of all the people that I could have rolled, Dante was probably the best one.
Yeah.
yeah.
So I've lost both of my characters from the main party.
Yeah, I'm
Yep.
kind of concerned about how that's gonna work out.
Soma
Yeah.
died?
Well, he's not dead.
I mean, he's not dead, but he's
Yeah.
currently in a
What happened there?
position where staying in
He's
the party
not-
is not a good idea.
Yeah, he's not
Yeah.
currently capable of being with the party, which at the moment kind of works out because it means I can run side sessions with you and Colt, maybe.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I'll
that'd be
probably
fun.
make that work out, so that you guys still get some D&D.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure how that'll look yet, but yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we'll try and figure something out so you can participate with the main party session still,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure what that'll look like yet.
Yeah, well, Soma's trying to stay away from the party as long as possible. He won't be here for a while. and
It
then
may
it's
turn into
also-
you doing some NPC voicing for me until Homeboy shows up again.
Yeah.
Unfortunate choice of this.
Yeah. I could also run a temporary character.
That is
One
true.
that would fit
Well, I
in
mean,
with
you've
Russia.
got Silva and Varuna.
Yeah, I built them specifically because I thought they would die, and so I didn't get very attached to them.
You're right. We'll discuss it later. We'll figure out how to get you involved with the main party.
Yeah. I have one
See,
character I
that's
think
your
would
backup
fit.
character when Soma dies.
Wait, what was that?
So there's your backup character for if/when Soma dies.
Yeah. Soma has a plan for what he's trying to do that he set up back before he came to Russia. Or technically after he came to Russia, but there was some fucky shit going on. Yeah, he's trying to just break away from the party. The only reason he came here was to drop off Kate and Katya.
Break away.
But yeah, I have a temporary character I could probably run that would fit with Russia. So, and it would just be temporary until Apollyon returns. We'll discuss it. Yeah. Speaking of Apollyon, there's some shit going on with Apollyon.
Mm-hmm.
There's shit going on with every character, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Everyone
Yeah.
has drama.
Yep.
Everything's crazy. Everything's on
Yeah.
fire.
Yeah. The culmination of
like
3
dog
years
and-
of Soma. Oh wait, what?
It's like the dog in the room that's on fire. Just this is fine.
This is fine. Yeah, this session was the culmination of 3 years of Soma story.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Also, I have some ideas that I'm going to speak with you about after we're all done.
All right. Anything else anybody wants to say before I cut a stream and everything else off?
I think that's it.
Yeah.
As long as we're done with bears. If I ever see a bear again, it'll be too soon.
Well, you'll
but
fight it
that
with your
means
bare
we're
hands.
gonna have to stop with the bear puns.
You're gonna have to fight those bears with your bare hands.
Oh god.
I am particularly proud of this are some major problems.
Oh
Yeah.
god.
Oh, no. I'm sure we'll find other things to make puns about.
Yep.
Oh, we will.
Soma was really interested in seeing the tree and all of those people getting fucking murdered by the tree. He's like, oh, you guys have a kill count now. I'm not
God.
the only one.
It's like a couple hundred compared to millions.
What's the population you would say of all the people who died?
I mean, we haven't gone in to check yet.
Yeah,
rough
this is true.
Rough approximation of the people who were alive before they died.
At
Probably a
least
few thousand.
5.
I'd imagine, given how many trees there are, and the fact that there seem to be towns scattered all throughout the roots of each tree,
Mm-hmm.
and the fact that that flood is probably going to wipe out at least half of them, probably a couple thousand.
Yeah.
I will tell you it's between 5 and 6 digits.
Yeah.
Nice.
Jesus.
Still nowhere near the millions.
No,
Yeah.
absolutely not. But Doyle,